Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and just in general, Happy Holidays, everybody. Before I actually start today, I wanted to cover some things. And for starters, the vlog I had intended to upload at the beginning of the week did not go through. And by the time everything started working again, there was really no point. So don't worry about that vlog. Just worry about this one because, this is a Happy Holidays thing and I'm wearing my cute little antlers. The first day I put these on, the cats went crazy trying to figure out what the heck they were. So it's actually pretty early in the afternoon here right now, about mid-afternoon. It's about 3 o'clock. And we're going to have the group come in, and I'm actually going to be doing some digital painting today. Now, this is going to be a little different than normal. Normally, I use OBS and Picardo, and I broadcast through that to do art. And then I take the file and I take the sound off and I speed it up. So it's a speed paint. Now, that's not going to happen this time. This is going to be a real-time painting. I was actually going to do a recording of it to do a speed paint, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to or not, because I wasn't sure how I'd feel going through the painting as it went. Because sometimes I have a really big idea and I just get so fed up I can't finish it, and I didn't want to make that promise. So I just kind of did whatever I felt like doing yesterday, and I actually got pretty far. So there actually isn't a whole lot left. It's still going to take a while. I still have to do a huge part and some finishing touches, but because there's enough left to do, I'm going to go ahead and do it on this video. So I'm not going to be using Picardo or OBS, excuse me, because I don't know what's up with my program. I use GIMP 2.6. So it was kind of funky yesterday. I had to keep restarting it, and if I used OBS, I would constantly have to go and do that extra work. And so I'm just going to use the YouTube stream. We can do that there. And it's not going to be as neat because it does go anywhere that my monitor goes. I mean, I probably could just kind of put it on one thing, but I'm not going to because I'm lazy. So this is kind of a lazy kind of thing in one sense. And so yeah, we're gonna just do it this way, and we're gonna just do a screen share on here, and you can watch me do it. Also, be patient in the YouTube chat. It does take a little bit for us to notice when there is a message in the chat room. And by the time we get to it and say hello, someone gets fed up and already leaves. So, so yeah, just kind of be patient. Just kind of be patient when it comes to the YouTube chat, because I'll be focusing on the art. I do have at least Arachne there right now, and he'll try and keep on top of everything. And, anyone else in my group that ends up there, I will be peeking in every so often. So if you have questions, you are more than welcome to ask. Because of the nature of this video, you are free to ask about writing. You are free to ask about the holidays. You are free to ask about art. You are free to even ask about the series that I'm working on, which is the Revenants of Embri. So you are free to ask about that. Just know that I'm not going to be giving out spoilers. So I'm just basically getting started. The first book is not out yet. I am still very much working on it. Just with Christmas, it's been so crazy. So the books are still being written, but there are several books in the series. There are sub-series. There's a series of short stories as well. So this is going to be a really big project, and this happens to be one cover for that particular series. Excuse me. Now, the series does not follow the same holidays as we do. So you'll be hearing me refer to Christmas in the Embri world as Dark Folly. And I will probably explain that as I go. Also, I will try to answer any other questions. And yeah, you are free to ask questions about this series. You are free to ask questions about the other books. You are free to, you can pretty much ask anything that is considered appropriate. And if you're too much of an asshole, well, we'll just get rid of you. So this is supposed to be a nice, calm thing. I also want to mention before we start that I am looking forward to starting Niche, a genetic survival game. I don't have it yet, but I am supposed to be getting it for Christmas. And I want to say now that the version that I will play online will not be serious. I will be playing more seriously on my own, but I don't talk a whole lot like a lot of the other players do. So I figured, playing with myself would be kind of boring. But taking it too seriously as a group, we just can't do that. So we'll probably do another soap opera thing, like maybe Niche will be like our Desperate Housewives kind of thing. So we're just going to have fun. It doesn't matter if we end up getting crazy genetics. It doesn't matter if we end up making our creatures go extinct. Don't take it so seriously. We're just having fun. But that's something to look forward to if you just want something to kind of giggle at. And if you're interested in the game, I will offer more information once we actually start getting into that. I'm not sure if there's anything else I can really say. The only other thing I can say is I still have not played Pokemon Sun or Moon yet, but I do play Pokemon Go every so often. And I finally caught my first Rattata. And most of you are going to be like, really? It's like, yeah, well, we don't have a whole lot of Rattata around here. We had the Pidgeys and, we had stuff like that. But yeah, no Rattatas. And every time I'd go to catch a Rattata, the game would freeze on me. So I finally caught my first Rattata today. That's probably not really of any interest to anybody, but I thought it was cool. So yeah, anyway, still trying to catch that Santa hat Pikachu. Apparently it showed up when we were out today, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. So anyway, so yeah, I guess we are ready to invite everyone in. I probably need to give them the actual link so they can get in here. And you won't be seeing me making these goofy ass faces. I'll be actually putting it on the screen share here in a minute. Yeah. I am so thirsty. Oh, what do we got here? Yeah, sorry for that. Really long intro, but I wanted to cover a lot of things before we started, since I had a lot on my mind. Here's Shannon. Shannon actually showed up. We thought you were napping. So we got Shannon, we got Havo, we got Arachne. Sirius isn't here yet, so he'll probably show up a little later. We don't know if Star will show up. We don't know if what the hell is her name again?
Oh, Kina.
Kina. Yeah.
Kia, I think.
Kina. It was Kina. Okay. So we don't know if Sirius's other friends will be coming in. That's Star and Kina. We don't know who's going to show up, so we'll just kind of see what happens. And like I said, you are free to talk in the YouTube chat. Just be patient. We will answer you eventually.
It might take us 20 minutes, but yeah.
Yeah, so just kind of, be chill. And you, like I said, you are free to ask pretty much any questions you want, as long as they're appropriate. They can be towards me. They can be towards the other members of the group. They can be about.
Yeah, because I'm covering some of this series too. However, I unfortunately have to take my dogs out, so I will be a few minutes.
That's okay. So yeah, basically, you can ask about writing. You can ask about art. You can ask about the series. You can ask about other writings that I've done. You can talk to all of us about what we do. So it is pretty much up for grabs. Just nothing inappropriate, because let's not be jerks on the holiday season.
You can even ask about the universe if you want to. We can't guarantee we'll tell you the truth about it, but you can ask.
Correct. The world of Embri is actually still, it's not a complete thing yet. We're still kind of building it, and as things come up, we address how we're going to deal with those things.
I'd say right now a good estimated guess is about 45%. We have I think out of the 9 islands, I think 4 of them so far has some stuff we have talked about them. And then we're just now trying to figure out some of the different holidays and all of that. So I'd say about 45%.
Right. We start off with just, it was supposed to take place in the regular world that we are in, but then it just got more and more kind of difficult to stick to that. So we decided to just make our own world. But in order to make our own world, we have to build it. So we are actually, we've been doing that for a while now. We've been doing that pretty much most of the year now, haven't we?
Doing what now?
We've been, most of 2016 has pretty much been world building for us, right?
Well, more or less though. Mainly what it was you had wrote some of the Revenant books, and then with my main OC Abigail being a Drider, you have always wanted to touch on mainly having the Drider Revenant. And so I actually got kind of put in charge in kind of designing the Abigail Drider Revenant and kind of setting up, well, most of them would live at. So that was actually put on me, because that's kind of my thing, is spiders and such. And then from there we touched on mainly trying to connect her with Soleus's character that's in the book and getting that set up. And then after that, we're still working on mine. The Drider Revenant, Soleus's character still has some stuff that needs to be set up. And then we went to the holidays, which we started just a few. It was either yesterday or the day before, and we got Halloween / Christmas and a kind of a 4th of July done. So we've that's pretty much been a lot of it this year. It was just world building, get everything set it up, and all of that. And we've made pretty good progress. I would say on the scale of Abigail, we're about, I'd say 50. We got kind of, now it's just mostly the smaller details. We got a lot of the bigger details already done. For Soleus's character, I don't know where we are.
We're about 40, 45 on that because, we're kind of figuring out kind of what we're doing. Now, he wants a very Aztec-inspired thing, but we're trying to figure out how that fits in our world because we don't technically have the Aztecs, but we're trying to think of something similar we can put in Embri that would fit the character.
And then both of the holidays, I'd say we're at like 15%. Like that's how.
Oh yeah, we are so bad at the holidays right now. But like I said, we just started really addressing it.
We started yesterday, give or take.
Yeah.
So, because we mainly got kind of the very basic, the very rough draft. If you turn this into a teacher, it'd get you a minus F.
Yeah, it's nowhere near actually complete. But we do have maps. They're really, really ugly, really shitty, and we don't even have all the countries. We have all the continents, and we're adding stuff like little islands and stuff and archipelagos. So we are kind of working on that. So we got some geography. We got a lot of history, and we're still working on history. We're still working on holidays, and it started off as something I was doing myself. And then, Shannon got some ideas. And she's like, I kind of would like to do this, And I'm like, well, instead of having her do like fan fiction, why not bring her in and have her do a few? So she works with me pretty close, and she has her own little stories, and I kind of go through and edit them and help her do the covers and stuff like that. So that they're all kind of uniform in the way the stories are told, but it's still her story in my universe, and I'm just making it all uniform. So a lot of characters that she made started showing up. I started making up some new characters, and we started putting the stories together, because originally they were not all going to be together. That was just going to be individual stories with the same theme, but it ended up not being that. Now they're actually all connected into an actual world.
And then for me, I don't think, right quickly, while we're on the topic, I don't think a lot of my characters is going to appeal. We have plans right now. Abigail is definitely going to be in. We might throw in Revenant of Embri. But my characters is kind of the hardest to to this universe with Abigail. We're having to completely redo her from the ground up. And by me, I mean pretty much me, and then I pass the ideas to Raven. And, you know, it's pretty much like a big company. You don't just have one person.
That's probably the best way to put it. Even though I'm doing most of the writing and Shannon's doing some of the writing, but you know, we do have a lot of these shout outs to these nods and shout outs to other characters. And as far as redoing Lady Arachne or Abigail, it's on both ends, because he has to create. He does a lot of muscle women for his art style, but the Revenants are mostly skeletons. So the both of us actually had to come to some kind of agreement on how both of us could be happy with this character and have it still fit, where he's happy, but it's still logical in the world that it's in. So that's kind of what happens. When new things come up, we try to address it or figure out ways around it and all different things like that. So, Abigail is not the only character getting a shout out. In fact, the archipelago is actually going to be called the Melvina Islands, based on a character, Melvina, that is in Arachne's universe. So there is that, and there's more stuff going on with that. In fact, one of Sirius's characters is going to show up in that archipelago also. But I'm trying to redo the character so that it is more original to that and not too connected to what he's doing, because the characters are extremely different, but I really like the way it looked. And I'm just like, can I just make a character similar? And, you know, so I got a lot of creative license on that, but the original character is something that Sirius was doing for something, you know, for the role plays we used to be into in one of his stories.
Yeah.
Also, the character of Ferris is his as well, and that was the Aztec character. So we are actually trying to fit him into the world, and he was supposed to be kind of a nod that was going to be in like one or two stories, but somehow he became really, really important overnight. So he became a really big part of the lore. And even the same with Abigail, she kind of became a really important part of the lore as the time went on. And the timeline is very, very long. I mean, you have some ancient stuff, really, really ancient stuff. You got some basic history stuff, and you got modern day, and maybe a tad to the future. And the world is very different from ours, so some things are different. When I write the books, they are very much in the sense that when I'm describing something, I use it in terms we understand. But as the characters are speaking, it's more in their world. Like if I say, oh, well, he has a German accent. There is no Germany, but we understand what a German accent is. Yeah, whereas like in their world, it'd be like, oh, well, if I say, oh, he has a German accent, you understand that. But when the character says, oh, well, he has a Trussalian accent or something, I don't even know what it's going to be. You know, that's what that is. Like, okay, well, Trussalian is the same as German or something like that. In fact, actually, a good example we have is what was it? Kabaga. Kabaga is actually one of the countries we actually settled on, and it's a big part of the large continent. We call it the trunk of the elephant because it kind of looks a little bit like an elephant, and it's basically like a mix of Mexico and Spain. So it has a lot of it has like a lot of Spanish Mexican inspiration. There's the stuff with the sugar skulls and stuff like that. So they have a lot of those traditions, but some are different. And So even though they'll be speaking a bit Spanish-ish or Mexican Spanish-ish, it's considered Cabagan. Cabagan is the language, but we would recognize it as more of a
Spanish
Latin,
type.
Latin Spanish kind of language.
A lot of the languages are like that. We'll have like our world basis for it. But it's like they speak such and such a thing, but it sounds kind of like French or whatever.
Right. So this way we have like a large array. Because originally, like I said, it was supposed to take place in the real world. Like there is one called, what was it called? Eisenkeit. And it was supposed to take place in San Antonio with an ex-Nazi soldier as a revenant. And it got really weird. It was really, really hard to, yeah. And like, but Julio was supposed to be in it, but Julio isn't in that area. So it was like a really big mess. So when we decided to create the world of Embri, we were able to decide, okay, well, we can have a town similar to San Antonio, Texas in Cabaga. And basically use Cabaga as an area that was early in allowing the integration of the different species. So you would see Heinrich, but Heinrich would no longer be a Nazi because they didn't have that kind of thing. So they didn't have a World War II. They didn't have Nazis. But I still have him as a soldier, but it's not a Nazi soldier anymore. And he's now just a Revenant soldier, or an ex-Revenant soldier. But the name Heinrich shows that he's from somewhere else. It's not a Cabagan name. So the characters that we see, like Julio and the character Lyra, Florencia, Horatio, these characters do appear, but they are Cabagan.
Mm-hmm.
So they are born and raised in Cabaga, which, like I said, is the Spanish Mexico kind of thing. And there is another continent where it's kind of like our South America. What was it called? Jutaclau. Jutaclau is the name of the continent. And it's kind of like a South America equivalent. So the Aztec and Mayan and Inca societies would have a sort of inspiration to something that would appear there.
Mm-hmm.
And so forth. In fact, the cover I'm working on now, Silent Night, is actually going to take place in, I actually forget what the name of the continent. It's a very small continent, but it's supposed to represent like North America. So
yeah, that was the heart, I believe.
Yeah, it was the upside down heart with the island on the side. So yeah, and we're making like little islands. Like there's a little island that looks like a flying snake that we did as a joke for Sirius, and it's called Nopro. And the reason we called it Nopro was because we thought it would be like a funny Asian sounding way to say nope rope, which is what people call snakes, nope rope. So
yeah, it's one of the nicknames for. So a lot. So there's a few different small islands and stuff that'll have like little in jokes.
And the reason we wanted it to sound Asian-like is because another continent, which is another archipelago of sorts, is very Asian-inspired, especially Japanese-inspired, but some Chinese and other things like Korean and stuff like that too. There is an area at the edge of the continent that was supposed to kind of be similar to like India. So the places in the world are a little different, but you can definitely see some of the inspiration, but because it's not exactly that, we have to add other things as well. Excuse me. Like I think there's another country or area that I said reminded me more of like Denmark or something. So yeah, basically we're still building the world. So we don't have all the countries. We have certain capitals. Like we have a capital at the edge of what was it called? What the hell was it called? Now I had it on the tip of my tongue. Now I forgot. It was like a
which continent?
Majagora or something like that. I don't have it right in front of me. That's why I don't remember. But yeah, we called it that because it looked like an elephant. And near the end of the continent, there is actually a capital known as Opaland, which is a capital that belonged to one of the Revenant kings. And then there's another one called Suntenful, which is like Sunten Fall, and that is like in what we call the Europe of the world. And that is the present day capital of the Revenants. And actually, you will see other things like Sunten and stuff like that appear in some of the books as well. Sunten was there before Sunten Fall, and there's a whole big story to that. So you'll learn all that stuff, and I'm sure you're all tired just looking at my face. So is there anything else anyone wants to say before we start?
I have no idea. I'm actually looking for a thing to help.
You can actually go ahead and start.
All right.
Pretty much to expand on mainly the changes with the characters is we didn't want to do like most video games nowadays that it's like this guest character shows up and it's like, okay, she doesn't fit. Why the fuck is he here? Like, who Alma and all of this is way better than the shit that these original characters use, but yeah, they can one-shot her. That wouldn't happen. So when we take a character, much like Raven said, we have to try to make them fit, and a lot of the time that does require changing stuff. But it's not one of these that it's the best way I can put it is it's not like a sub and dumb relationship where like Raven is like, okay, well this is my book, this is how we're going to fucking do it. It's pretty much we put the team in team mode.
Right.
Because even when we worked with Abigail, 99% of the decisions was on me because it is my character, but we had this in Raven and all of them and Shannon and all of them throwing ideas out there. Also, what if we went with this? Well, what if we went with this? What about instead of this, we went with this? So it's pretty much teamwork with damn know everything. The same thing with the holidays and all of that. Now the planets and stuff, not the planets, but the towns and shit was mostly got those saved between Shannon and Raven.
Yeah.
Because I felt that I agree that they would be better at it because I'm usually not just sitting down focusing on creating roads and all that. I do usually end up doing 3D in the background and all that. But with Abigail, like I said, that's my OC, so pretty much everything goes through me and all of that.
And even then, any changes you make, it's like we try to make the most minimal changes possible because you want to keep as much of the character's core self as you can.
Well, it is, I said, with Abigail, we are pretty much rewriting her. But then again,
Okay, I'm gonna need to quit at a GIMP and start again because it's so lagged right now.
For Abigail, like I was saying though, we do have to change don't know everything about her. But then again, I was put in control of the changes, so all of the changes go through me, and I can, I pretty much it comes down to me to say, okay, this seems like something Abigail would actually do. Oh, this seems like it would be Abigail. Oh no, this wouldn't be Abigail. But yeah, we do have to sometimes make a lot of changes, but to the character. But we try to keep them in a sense. Well, everybody that matters is happy.
Right.
With Abigail, we don't particularly give a fine fuck if Celius Osanen's not happy because it's not the character. It mostly relies on if I'm happy.
Right, because the original character is not mine. Now, the Revenant character is considered mine, but I still don't consider her mine because I try to discuss every decision I make, every idea of the story I want to do, every idea of how the world is going to work around her. You know, I always bring it up with Arachne first. Now, even though it's my world, I can technically do whatever the hell I want. I figure, you know, it's his character. I'm sure he'll want to know because I'm sure he'll want to share with his other friends, you know, when it's available.
Yeah, and
you know, there's not a lot of pride in that, and he has that backing him up. That I helped work on this piece that was published. You know.
Yeah.
And, it's not fully her character, but the Revenant is not fully my character.
It's sort of a joint custody thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I that's oftentimes when I tell different people about it. It's split ownership. It's 50-50%. I own the original Abigail, but with the Revenant remake, she owns half and I own half. Because it is 50-50. I can't go down and make a godlike without passing it through who. So any decisions, both people have to yay or nay on.
Yeah. I mean, so far it's been particularly easy as far as discussing it back and forth. The initial creating a way it would work was tough, but not because either one of us are really hard-headed in that sense. I mean, we are, but that wasn't the issue in this case. In this case, it was just like the way the world was set up. I had to figure out how to fix it because I really wanted to do something.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that was all figured out, as far as, I want to do this, or how about this, or why don't we do this? We've been pretty laid back about that. It was really pretty easy to get through that.
I think the hardest part was mainly trying to figure out where to place her, because we wanted to try to keep her as close to spiders as possible. And spiders usually tend to hang out in, underground, dark, damp places. Well, they just so happen to have an island that would work perfect for her, that we decided to throw her under.
Right, and we had actually decided it was going to be on Jotaclau, where Ferris lives, but now we kind of have it in its own little place in the north. So she is actually living on an island in the Malvina archipelago, where other islands are going to be. In fact, I have like another big story that I want to have planned for that particular archipelago. We have more lore connected to that. So we have a lot to work with, and I kind of like it being more like a Bermuda Triangle sort of area. So we're trying to figure out things like I didn't think of it at first, but we were talking about like in the quote unquote present day, how things would work. And I'm like, oh yeah, I guess we need to figure that out. And, so we had to actually sit down and think about how to do things. And we created the, what was it? The Embri World Web. And it had like, it was kind of like,
spiders.
It's what it was.
It was like AOL, but instead of you got mail, it had a little spider that would come down and give you an envelope.
It's pretty much like if I created AOL, it's pretty much AOL, but instead of, that little mailbox that fucking pops up and it's like, you've got mail. It's a little spider that just dangles down the side of the screen and drops an envelope. And, I think one of the coolest ideas that we did, that I'm in love with, is we decided that some of the plants, now the plants is different from the plants nowadays. So when we say illegal plants, we don't mean like, weed and all that crap. But we decided that there would be some plants that Abigail could get, that would be considered illegal. You can't necessarily send them through the mail. So pretty much what we decided to do was a unmarked bot or a little what do they call them? Disguise bots. So it would seem like she's sending clothes or whatever to Sirius's character. But instead of sending a raven or a crow or whatever,
Shut up!
or an English sparrow carrying a coconut to relay the messages, Abigail would send spiders to Sirius to be there like, hey, package is on the way. And then they would leave. Because spiders are smart, out of sight, out of mind. You wouldn't, if you don't know what they're doing, you would just think they're a regular spider.
Yeah.
And for the record, I think the one you're referring to is the African one.
An African swallow?
Mm-hmm. They're the ones that carry the freaking coconuts.
But they can't carry coconuts.
I'm pretty sure they were the ones that could.
Monty Python reference for those who don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You can find that on Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes.
I
I'm
forgot.
pretty sure it was the African ones that could, though.
Oh, it's an unladen swallow. That's literally all that is said, is an unladen swallow.
And let it swallow. Would you stop talking to yourself, Cat?
No. Oh, wait, that cat, not mine.
He's like ran downstairs and he's like, meow, meow, meow. I was like, what? You're not even doing anything.
I'm even gonna double check this because I'm pretty sure it was.
Arachne. So I had to fiddle around with the skull after you left last night. So I tried doing like the peppermint skull, but it looked really, really, really bad.
Hey, did you ever see the one I sent you?
I did. It was okay.
I wasn't expecting it to be a masterpiece.
Well,
or
no, I said it
anything.
wasn't what I needed, but I mean, it looked okay for what it was. But anyway, yeah, this is what we ended up with last night when I went over the skull again.
That's really good.
And I think it was, I don't know if it was me and Shannon or me and Sirius. We were talking about like the foods of the time, the foods for Dark Folly being like peppermint skulls, marshmallow skulls.
Yeah, that was just us because everybody else. Sirius was off doing I don't know what, and Ragni had gone to bed again.
Actually, I was online until like 3 something, so it's just you guys didn't notice I was there.
You were there, but you weren't there. You were in the call, but your body was off doing something else.
Oh, one of the times Mom called me. Okay.
And it actually just says swallow. It doesn't specify that part, anyways. The part we was referencing.
Anyway, but yeah, and I was thinking like, you know how like they have sleigh bells for the holiday? I was thinking like skull-shaped sleigh bells with like maybe like the eyes or the teeth or something being open a little bit to get that jingle bell.
Sounds pretty cool.
You know, something like that. What the hell is that noise?
I don't. Oh, sorry. Yes, I got to you.
Yeah. I'll turn it down.
Sorry, hon, but like, what the hell is that noise? Okay.
He's chopping wood.
Oh. Okay. Let's get some green. Let's see. We need some lighter green. I'm just gonna have to do this color by color, won't I?
But yeah, pretty much that's that's the ideal that we're mainly working on at the moment is the holiday season. But usually we don't sit down and do the whole road voting at once.
Right.
We just wait until maybe something comes up. Like Raven was wanting to do kind of like a Christmas story that was actually based on a dream she had. And
Yes.
that actually was like, well, fuck, what the fuck is Christmas to then? See how we try to play this game in a sense is usually if we get an idea, we try to make it fit, and if it doesn't, like the dream, we have to pretty much start from square one and work our way up to it.
Correct. All right, there we go. Man, it's been a while since I've actually done art live.
It has.
Last one thing I did was the Halloween painting I did.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you glad it's Halloween? That was so cute.
It was.
I
just
still need
got
to
the
figure out the
idea.
story
It's
for
just
that.
I think it was so funny. Like, why is that pumpkin wearing a plunger? It's an orange.
That was me who asked, by the way, peoples.
I know, like it's an orange.
Like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Actually.
That was the joke. Orange, you glad it's Halloween? You stole my hand warmer, cat. Oh yeah, by the way, don't be surprised if later, if I am actually still doing this. Don't be surprised if I start talking to a lizard.
Yeah, she has one of those. Oh, by the way, Reckney, I actually did find the clip for that, and one of the other guards that are there actually does point out that it could be an African swallow.
Yeah, but it's never specified which one they're actually referring to.
No, but the African swallow is a thing in that clip.
But yeah, that wouldn't fit because if an African swallow could carry a coconut, then pretty much they're fighting about one saying yeah it can, one saying no it can't.
Yes.
Thank you, Sirius.
What?
You cock spoke to us.
My goodness.
Yeah, either
Nope.
that or you have a pet rooster, which that wouldn't surprise me either, considering where you live.
You know, that was my first thought too. My goodness, this cock is talking to me.
It's neither. It's just a sound effect on Stardew Valley. That's to say, the day has started.
Yeah.
Well, that's the sound effect of that's also what the other kind of means too, except it goes all freaking day.
It's a morning wood joke.
The sound effects though, they use that one because to save the game you have to sleep, and usually that
Okay.
sounds right when
So
you
since I'm going to be hearing sound effects from this, what the hell game are we talking about?
it's
Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley. It's a kind of like a top-down game where pretty much you get your grandfather's farm and you have to clean it up.
Newer, better version of Harvest Moon. Old school.
I don't know what any of that is, so.
Pretty much, you get your grandfather's farm, and you just get there, and the place is in pretty much ruins. So you have to clean it up and actually create a good-looking farm. It's a farming simulator in a sense.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to till the land, plant the seeds, water them.
Are you like getting laid or something? Because I remember y'all talking about relationships.
That depends on what mods you use.
Oh.
Even without mods, though, the character can get married. And also, like I said, this is sort of like a more better modern version of old school Harvest Moon. And Harvest Moon, was a game that used to be on Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and other games, old game systems, but it was more usually kept in Japan and wasn't really big in America.
Yeah, it's pretty much, to put it in layman's terms, it's a farming simulator.
It's the original one though, not just some random like farming simulator.
No, I mean,
Whoever Spoon was, not this one.
I mean the game you're playing.
The hell?
I'm saying it's based off the original.
Oh, I see what I did. Okay.
It's based off the original farming simulator. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Pardon me, the Christmas is gone.
I went and installed some games on Steam, which is how I knew that it got fixed, because I got the Humble Bundle Christmas bundle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that none of us were having much luck with that, or we were having trouble with Hangouts and all that stuff.
Ooh, what the Humble Bundle did that I actually forgot to read about was it went and throughout December they're going to constantly keep adding games to it.
Oh.
Yeah. So I went down and had like 7 fucking games I needed to go down and throw onto my Steam. I was like, well, fuck, man. So I went down and was like, I wonder if that would work, because it was fucking up this morning. And yeah, they pretty much fixed it. When I first started registering them to my Steam account, it wasn't installing them. And then about the 3rd game, it's like, do you want to go ahead and install this? Yeah, I'd fucking like to. I didn't think that was an option. Oh yeah, they fixed it. So it's like, shit, oh yeah.
Shit nuggets. Oh, okay, found it.
Yeah, Raven, you still need to at some point try and get on your Steam so you can.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get on it the other day. That's why I haven't really done anything.
Right.
But yes, I do need to get on Steam and befriend y'all. I haven't been on Steam in a while.
Well, that way somebody can get you the
Gary's mod.
yeah, the Gmod thing.
Well, I plan on getting it for her. I just need to wait and see how much money I have. I should have enough. It's just $4. And I like I said, I think I have enough left over.
Oh, I know I can do it. I have like $20.
How is that part of the bow looking? I know the red part's going to look like shit because I haven't done anything to that yet.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it looks fine.
What? What do you want? What? And lay down. If you want to lay on the pillow, lay on the pillow. Thank you. God. Mom, want to lay on the pillow. Mom, want to lay on the pillow. Mom, want to lay on the pillow. Like, then fucking lay down. You're talking about my cat. I don't have kids.
This is kind of why.
But knowing me, I'd probably talk like that about my kids too.
That's why I said this is kind of why you don't have kids.
Right.
You know what I find funny is how everybody is two-faced about that. It's like, you should have kids. I don't want kids. Well, what, don't you miss the laughter? No. Do you miss the crying? No.
No.
If I had a kid and he was crying, I'd duct tape his dumb mouth shut and throw him in the closet. You're a hope proponent. That's why I don't have kids.
Well, we don't have kids. Now, I do need to say, like, I know people are like, don't don't you like kids? And I want to say, I get agitated. I'm like, oh, I hate kids. But it's like, it's not even that. It's not that I hate kids. I don't like being responsible for other people. I have a hard enough time being responsible for myself. I don't like taking care of other people. Pets is one thing, because if I make a mistake with my pets, I'm not going to have to go to jail or anything because
That depends on what kind of mistake you make.
or I don't feed them the food they like or something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't need to put up with the bullshit. And my pets don't cry like that. They don't throw temper tantrums like that. I don't have to worry. Well, okay, Merlin throws the temper tantrum, but I can deal with his temper tantrum.
I was gonna say he throws tantrums every time you put him to bed.
Yeah, but I can handle his temper tantrums.
Yeah, he has to do is
He's not like, make me want to fucking strangle him. I think kids are important, and I do try to be friendly towards young people. But I can't be trusted to raise them. I want them to be smart. I want to give them praise for doing clever things. But at the same time, I don't want to be responsible for feeding, clothing, spending shit tons of money and and having, their entire world be based on how well I raise them.
Mm-hmm.
Because they won't survive under my care. What are you doing now?
It'd be amazing if they did, I guess.
It's like I don't mind being like the auntie, like, yeah, okay, I'll spend some time with you, give you shit, give you good advice.
Well, that's kind of like what I told Jenny, my sister. I was like, now, if theoretically there was a way that I could drive down, though, I wouldn't mind babysitting your kid. I wouldn't mind.
See, I can't babysit. I just can't babysit. I guess because I know that for me, things are different than other people. I know other people want to raise their kids with different knowledge than I have. But it's like, I don't know what I can and can't say.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I can and can't teach them.
But for me, it's one of those that I mainly for me, the aspect I don't like about it is that though 24/7, I get no time to myself, and it's like, no, I can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, people may joke about it, but kids really are 24/7, and they really do slightly murder their parents in a sense.
Yeah, I take it from Sirius. How many kids you got?
From what he's told us so far, sounds like at least half a dozen.
A lot more than that, but I've had a lot of lifetimes. A lot of lifetimes.
I honestly thought you said you had a lot of black guys.
What?
What?
No, Avo, you're the only black guy for me.
I never said black guy, Havo.
And that's
You said something about black guys. Somebody said something about a black guy. I haven't said something about black guys. What'd you say?
Yeah, Havo did.
Havo said that he thought that she said that Sirius said he had a lot of black guys.
Oh, what?
I did
What does that even mean, Havo?
Maybe it's wishful thinking on his part.
Oh, I think he likes you.
Yeah, I don't like him that way.
No, you're too busy liking Arachne.
What?
Hey,
especially certain aspects.
hey,
I don't like Arachne that way. I have peoples.
There's something special about knowing that a man likes your big stiffy, okay? You're a woman, you wouldn't understand.
In joke, by the way.
Yes.
It's amazing how many in jokes we keep finding ourselves with.
I'm surprised we haven't came across a non-perverted in joke.
Right? Nope, that's not the one. Ah, shit. Undo whatever the fuck I just did.
I'm worried to even ask.
Yeah. What the heck did you do?
I can't seem to identify my damn layers.
Don't you name them?
I do, but apparently I'm too fucking stupid to know what that means.
Yeah, I can kind of see her point. I would get confused by trying to figure out what Bob was. Jim, I hate that damn layer.
Oh my god.
I thought your dislike was for Toby, not Jim.
Hey, Jim's my brother, okay? I can hate him. Brotherly love, though.
I thought we were going to talk about Moon Steve again.
Damn it, Steve!
Oh, you weren't here, Arachne. Or were
No, I
you?
was.
You were?
Oh, yes.
It was
Moon
while you,
Steve.
it was while you was waiting for me to do the gold lettering on
Right. Moon Steve is our derpy revenant, or otherwise our derpy skeleton. Don't know why. We were just kind of goofing off looking at skeleton pictures while I was waiting for Arachne to put some gold around my letters. And I just kind of created this character as we were going, like this derpy ass skeleton. And I called him Tom at first. And Ceres is like, no, Steve. I said, oh my god, he's the Moon of Revenants. And I was like, okay, he's Moon Steve.
Well, I think the part of the Moon came from the fact that you found one skeleton picture where he was like legitimately bending over and like, hey, look at my booty.
Look at my booty! God damn it, Moon Steve! Fuck you, Moon Steve! We had so much fun with that fucking character. He's not even real. I mean, like, he's not even a real character in the books currently. He might actually appear. I might actually have him appear. It's like, holy hell, how do you just ignore a character like that?
Well, we have that. We have a few characters that aren't official characters, but kind of showed up due to one thing or another.
Well,
I mean,
kind of like the joke we made about Cecil and Roland. Like, oh, what proud parents! And they're not actually a couple, but we keep saying that because it's funny. Like, where did he learn that? Cecil. Jesus! Roland, calm your ass down. You're such a helicopter mom. I'm not a woman. You act like a woman. Let the boy go. Why are you teaching him that? Let go. Let go, honey. Don't call me that. Oh, God.
They would be a perfect couple.
I know. It's like, if I was to ship anybody, it's not official, but if I was just like, okay, yeah, Roland and Cecil, I ship it. It's not officially shipping it, but like in the fandom sense, I totally ship it. And if
they're not a canon. Yeah, I would ship that. I haven't even met freaking.
I know we haven't even met Cecil in the book yet,
and it's just like, yes,
we haven't even met Icarus yet, and he's one of our main characters.
Figure that one out.
Yeah, I think if you talk about it, and I talk about it more than I actually get to work on it. So yeah, in the book Innocence. There's a Revenant sentry named Roland.
We actually have met.
We have met him. He's actually in the story. We are actually in the story about now, as I'm writing it, where we're about to meet Icarus. Like, we're just like I think a chapter or so before we actually meet Icarus for the first time. And Icarus is the main character, so it's a big book.
Interesting.
And there's another character that appears who is also a revenant in the woods, and his name is Cecil. And there's also a reaper named Temlix. But yeah, we see Cecil appear quite a bit after the main character Francis meets Icarus.
Nice.
And Cecil tends to be more open about things, and he tells them things because they're supposed to be they're mentally delayed. They're, I guess, high function autistic or something like that. I don't know how exactly to put it, but yeah, they're kind of slow in some ways, but really smart in others.
Kind of sounds like a savant.
Probably, I don't know.
Because you have those that are like, you get, in normal functioning stuff, they're not quite all there, but then like random subject, like say baseball or whatever, and they're just like, go.
Every so often, Francis is really, really smart. Like, where the hell does he even get that idea? But, he does. He comes up with it. And Icarus is kind of like that, but not quite in the same way.
That's probably partly due to the fact that Francis, with the fantastic mothering that he got, did at least get a little bit of help.
Right. He knows how to ask certain questions. It occurs to him to ask certain things and to wonder about certain things. But he's also very, very innocent and childish. That's kind of something I really wanted to, I didn't want them to be dim-witted stupid. It's like, no, I wanted them to be kind of dim because they're supposed to be kind of delayed. They're supposed to have some sort of mental retardation. But at the same time, it's like, no, I want them to kind of have these, moments of clarity where they're just like, they just are so damn smart.
Yeah. I love his interactions with his teacher. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Master Smithers. Master Smithers was supposed to only appear in Innocence, but somehow he's become a regular character in a few of the books now.
He's shown up in at least one other one.
And that's kind of something else that started off as a joke. Because we were like, oh my God, he'll do this because he is destined to, he has destined himself to find someone who's not a complete idiot and ask stupid questions. Because he thinks all of his students are idiots.
And a lot of them kind of act like it.
Well, yeah, because, they're privileged. Yeah.
Although, to be honest, he technically did find one that would legitimately ask questions, not because they're being smart mouth. It's just he wound up not being able to finish his education because reasons that I'm not going to get into. Because yeah,
we are not supposed to talk about that yet.
That's why I said reasons that we're not getting into.
Right. Oh, excuse
me. We know it because we were there when you read it to us, but I'm not going to give things away. But
that's why they know some things about this book that other people don't, because they are my inner circle. So we do the editing thing that way because of that reason right there.
Well, that, and you said that when you read it to people, it makes your brain slow down so you can catch stuff.
Right. Right.
Me, I just like listening to the stories.
I actually probably will start this one after I finish the cover.
Whoa, you're going to start this book?
Probably.
Ooh.
Like, I was going to start it yesterday, but I started on the cover, so.
Cool.
I wanted to work on it while it was still fresh in my head. But I actually still have a lot to actually figure out. Like, I wanted him to have, other guests at his celebration, but I couldn't think of who they were or, other things about them. And I'm not going to really go over a whole lot of it here on the stream.
Right, that's going to be for the inner circle thingy.
Right. So I'm definitely going to help. Definitely going to need help with some other things because I need some characters and some explanations for certain things that happen in the book.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, we can throw stuff around later when it's just us.
Yeah.
I know there was a few different books I kind of wanted to work on. Like, first of all, I really need to work on Brothers because I've only got like the first 5 chapters and I've not done anything for like Lord knows how long. Part of me kind of wanted to work. Part of me kind of wants to work on the I can't freaking name it right now, but Ferris's story. Part of me kind of wants to work on Jersey a little bit, and for those outside of the circle, that is not a Revenant story. I do
Right.
actually have other story ideas outside of the Revenant series.
Yeah, it should be noted that Shannon is actually not published yet. She is a budding author.
I'm working on it. I kind of.
She goes by the pseudonym Serafina Faye.
Cheese.
And so yeah, we're trying to help her get into her first book. Whichever
I've
book.
one started in like half a dozen other ones that I'm really want to work on. It's just like, I don't know what I want to do.
Let me see. What do we got here?
I don't know. What are we looking for?
I actually updated the brothers cover.
Oh?
Mostly because since I changed the name of the series. It used to be just called the Revenant series, but it was bugging me. So eventually I decided to call it the Revenants of Embri.
Right.
So I had to go back, and so here it is. I changed it. That's pretty much all I changed.
Yeah, it looks great. I seriously love. It's like Fritz. On the one hand, he looks so adorable, but at the same time, he looks like he's going to absorb your soul through his eyes.
I don't even have anything on that. The Ironwood puzzle is probably going to be one that I get rid of.
What now?
I'm probably going to get rid of the Ironwood puzzle because it's not fitting anything.
What was that one?
I don't know. I know it has something to do with a couple of gay kids and a revenant who enjoyed playing with puzzles and stuff.
Okay.
I don't know. It was dumb.
Well,
What do we got here? What was the one that we were working on?
what did the cover for that one look like, or did you have one for that?
I don't think I had one. I was trying to make a Rubik's Cube and I couldn't do it.
A Rubik's Cube?
Oh, was that one you was? Because I sent you a picture of a Rubik's Cube or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Oh wait, no, it wasn't that one. No, it wasn't that one. Oh, I think this was the one you wanted me to finish. Wasn't this one Sorrow?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you had started it and then kind of abandoned it, and then because you were like, okay, I'll work on this later, and then you never got back to it.
I have a few pieces like that.
Yeah. Right now, I'm trying to re-add the brushes because I was having problems with the brushes, so I had to take them out for a little while and re-adding them, and so far it's actually working. Then again, my C drive isn't red.
When I actually saw this going through my files, I was like, "Oh, this one." I hated her fucking dress, though. But we'll start. Yeah.
Well, we can always change the dress or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I'll change the dress eventually. This is basically the, she's all outlined. She's not all done up yet.
Actually, I think the only thing that is his head.
Yeah, we started working on his suit.
And then you just kind of like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, we did his head, his neck, his part of his suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's one I could work on.
okay.
If I can get my mind back on that story.
Yeah. I actually need something for William to do. Like, I need him to have,
What, like a job?
I mean, technically he doesn't need a job, but at the same time, I kind of wonder if he should have one. I thought of him running a running a funeral home and crematorium, but I know
Well,
that
that's what
yeah, that's what we were going to do with some of the other characters. So I wasn't quite sure.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the one that you for the cover you just was looking at. That's
Yeah,
what
he was going to have one. Yeah.
You could have him be a librarian.
Well, there's that too. Hang on, I think my mom called me. I'll be right back.
I mean, because I figure once it's like, well, he has to be able to pay for his shit. He lives in the city. But then the other thing is like, yeah, but he's not like the other Revenants. He's a Reaper, and that's not giving anything away. That's actually a major part of the story is that he's trying to come to grips with being into somebody while being a Reaper. So I didn't know if he should have something to do in the meantime or if he would work at a funeral home, own one. I don't know because, like I said, being a Reaper, he kind of has his own thing to do. He doesn't have to exist in the realm of humanity. But the fact that he has a girlfriend is like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's like, where the hell is his money coming from? Or is he just living off whatever he makes from, Revenant money? Is there two separate types of money? What is that? Oh, it's a fan.
Yeah, it should shut off in a few minutes.
Or it could be two mice.
No, Shannon has a really loud fan when it's quiet.
It's actually not her. It's my own compressor.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm used to her having that really loud damn fan that goes off if we don't talk.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm doing now is removing the dark lines, the outlines, because I don't like having a lot of outlines. They look really, really bad, so I try to get rid of them once I've got colors set, so that it looks a little more flowy. By the way, I do commissions. My starting fee is $35. Depending on the image, it might go up, it might stay. It just depends on what I'm doing. Oh my god, I freaked myself out when I was doing the bow and I got to the knot first. I'm like, oh my god, what happened to the string? I'm like, oh yeah, we didn't do the whole thing. I had to use a supernova to make things glow. I wasn't quite sure how I'd like it, but it kind of worked out because it made the colors brighter, so they wouldn't, so that it wouldn't be oversaturated when I try to do a paperback cover. Hey, baby girl, you stole it now. Oh, okay. That's what I was waiting for. Okay.
I actually do kind of like this color.
What color?
I'm talking about my stairway. Sorry.
Oh. I need to go back over the windowsill because for some strange reason it's not smoothing out. So I'm actually glad I changed the name of the series before you started offering to help, because this would have been a bitch to have to chase you down to redo.
The goat.
Yeah. If I put the Revenant series and you did it, it'd be a pain in the ass to have to redo it as the Revenants of Embri and have you redo it.
I would probably told you.
But actually, yeah, I'm trying to finish this skull because Arachne is going to put gold around the skull. Probably not this part here. I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. But I know it's going to be around the actual bow and skull.
You're the boss. Tell me what you want gold around, and I'll put gold around it.
Well, I can give you two. We can see which one I like better. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. I was thinking about using this as one of my profile pictures somewhere.
Fans of the indecisive.
Kind of pretty. Okay. Yeah, I like this a whole lot better than I like the peppermint one I did. It just wasn't doing it for me. I couldn't get it to look right, so I was just like, let's try more of a purple peppermint and berry look. Someday this thing will say, do I have another message? No. It's just being a dick cheese. All right. I know I spent like an hour just working on this damn bow. Okay. I kind of want to lighten the dark stuff. Yes. Why didn't it change color? Why didn't it fucking change color? Why is it not fucking changing color? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's what I needed. All right. I need to lighten up these bottom pieces. They're like way too dark. Let's see. Inside, let's make that a little lighter. Boop. That looks a little better, I think. Ritzy. Ritzy. Love you. Boop, 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 boop. Whoops. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, when I first started, the background for this was so ugly to me. There is some red up here, but the background was like a really weird mix of red and green. And then I started doing this background here. It actually turned out a lot better. It kind of has more of has a bright and foggy look.
I do like this background better than the old one.
Yeah, I was actually going to cover the tree with lights and shit, but I'm just like, fuck it, I don't want to deal with it. I'm like not liking his boots. I'm like, oh, I'm going to dread getting into those boots. His hands are so damn small. Alright. I don't even know. I kind of don't even want to shade the skull anymore, but I don't know. I don't know. Boop, 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 boop. All right. I am cold. Okay. So let's do this thing. It makes more sense now.
I'm back. What's going on? What did I miss?
Nothing.
Apparently something, because something makes sense.
Oh, the way I have it set up, the way I have the layers set up now.
Ah.
I am going to have my friend Ed help me with zebras, though.
Cool.
What about it?
That's awesome.
Zebras is another 3D program, but unlike DOS and Poser, I don't work with a base per se.
Oh.
I probably will use much like a 2D aspect, scrolls, circles, and then it's pretty much it's working with vertical clay.
I was
Oh.
gonna say, isn't it something similar to Blender in that you make your own?
Yeah, yes and no. That's like saying hot chocolate is in a sense the same as Pepsi because it's different than water.
Uh,
Alrighty then.
Which is what you just did.
okay.
Blasphemer!
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
yes, it is the same in the sense of you don't technically work with a base, but it's completely different. And
I didn't say it was the same thing. I said, isn't it similar? Similar. There are differences, but you are still making your own models. But yes, the layout's different and the mechanics of it.
but yeah,
Which I still wish you'd have sent me the link when you got it to the zebra thing.
you wouldn't be able to use the version I'm using.
be right back.
Alrighty.
No,
Here, so
but the
quiet.
one link you had, I think it went to a Windows version, didn't it?
Yeah, back on my Windows, but I had to re-grab it for Mac.
Why is this so damn big? Oh my god.
The bow?
Oh, everything's like so many gigabytes, so many gigabytes. Like, why is it so fucking big?
I have no idea.
That makes me not want to go to New York.
I know I don't have this issue. It's just so weird. Maybe it's just something I never noticed before. I don't know. Because my images don't end up this big. Okay. Alrighty.
me and my friend was talking about zebras.
And
I was like, I sent him a message and I was like, You didn't buy it, I know you. And he goes, no, I bought it. You know me. I was like, yeah, and you're totally a straight guy who said he wants to buy me dinner. And then my comment about not going to New York is because that's where Hydra lives at. I'm like,
Yeah.
not going to New York. I have no plans of going there.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
The weird thing is, every time you mention Hydra, for some strange reason, I keep thinking of RJ and his comic book. He likes comic books. All I think of is like Captain America Hydra.
One thing that I don't like about this Hydra is Within Temptation has a album called Hydra. And this is how egotistic he is. He was talking about the album, and he's like, did somebody say my name? Like, no, we didn't.
That's pretty.
Yeah, I saw that new character he posted too, of his quote unquote aunt.
Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, Nicki Minaj.
No.
I don't think Nicki Minaj will be hitting on her underage nephew.
Dude, I don't know. We are talking about Nicki Minaj. Just saying. I can send you the image of his
That's
aunt.
the image already.
No, I was talking to Havo.
Oh. I remember you sending me that, and you're like, it's Nicki Minaj!
Ooh, and I seen that image, and I was like, that bitch looks familiar. What the
Sure, send
fuck
it.
do I know her from? And then I went down and I was like, okay, well, Google, reverse Google search it. He's like, no, I seen that damn image, and yeah, it's Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, because I'd actually like to see what you're talking about.
Alright, let's make these smaller.
Yeah, let me find the image that makes me want to put a bullet through my fucking dome.
You know, there's really nothing wrong with the plus size people you were showing either. I mean, I know that, like, you know, some people like big girls.
Well, as I was saying, I don't have a problem with plus-sized women if it's equally posing it. But now, if you have the ass of a fucking 600-pound beach throw and the fucking top part of you looks like a goddamn, weighs 10 pounds, no. But go to a fucking doctor and get that fixed.
I always get so weirded out there. It's like, but I'm a big girl.
Well, that image, literally, who else is the only thing big on her? Like, her top
So weird. When I was growing up, everyone was like, oh no, I have a big butt. Oh no, I have a big butt. And now that I'm grown up, everyone's going, oh no, I have a small butt. Oh no, I have a small butt. It's like, I don't know what the fuck just happened. What just happened?
I don't
I
know.
realize what guys like.
Like, I spent my entire childhood worried that I'd get a big ass. I got a big ass. Now everyone else is like, I got a small ass. Like, I'll switch asses with you.
Ass surgery.
You know, give me an ass transplant.
Yeah,
Hey, big butts are still nice so long as it's not so big that it topples your body.
And he can't lie.
Oh.
I wondered if who was gonna bring that one up.
Oh.
Hey, we were talking about big butts, and we just can't lie.
Yes, you had to say that to the person about the person who literally can't lie. You used me as a joke.
Hey, theoretically, you're the one who said big butts are nice. You
Yeah.
just said you can't lie.
I know I can't lie, but you used that as a joke.
Dude, that was actually a reference.
It's a freaking song reference.
I know, but that makes it a joke and a pun. Oh, it was a
If
good
it's a joke
one.
and a pun, does that make it a poke?
Did you just say that the joke was a pope?
No,
Are
he said
you
it was a joke
serious?
and a pun. I was like, if it's a joke and a pun, does that make it a poke?
That is
Pope.
literally Nicki Minaj.
I totally thought you said pope. And I'm like, well, some people think the pope is a joke, but
The Pope is not a joke.
The Pope's not a
I
joke.
kind of like the current pope. I mean, I don't agree with everything he said, but he seems generally like a nice guy.
The Pope is a joke with a mouse in a house.
Oh, good.
Right.
Yeah,
If
Arachne.
Pope is a joke and the mouse has got a house, does that mean the cat has a hat?
Yes.
Oh, speaking of popes and jokes, I have something for you to watch, Arachne.
Okay.
Because I know that the humor is going to be up your alley, and you're going to find it funny.
And yeah, Havo, that was the image he was passing around to everybody, claiming it was his aunt.
Wow.
Okay.
Either that is the closest looking person to Nicki Minaj, or that's actually
No.
her.
Dude, no, that's fucking reverse Google image search.
Oh, I did.
Okay. The show I want you to look up is called Popeville.
Popeville? Wow.
Popeville. It is. I haven't seen if they had any new episodes in a while, but oh my god, it is hilarious. It's so offensive though, because the Pope is like a kid, and he's in the care of this poor priest, and the cardinals are all trying to make money. Oh god, it's so bad. It is totally knocking the shit out of Catholicism, but it's funny.
I can't seem to find it. You have to link me it later.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find it somewhere.
The only problem I have with him is why would you trust a guy whose last name literally tells you that he been a dick?
Ah!
Hey, Pope Benedict is not Pope anymore.
I can see why. He was a dick.
What was his last name? Ratzinger, I think. Yeah, now it's
It was French, right? French, right? Pope Ben. Wait, what?
oh, he was German.
No, I thought his name was Pope Benedict France.
Oh no, his real name is Ratzinger.
Oh.
Because when they become Pope, they take on a new name.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a coronation name.
Yeah, normally you keep the job until you die, but he just
Yeah, he retired. I'm kind of glad he retired. I wasn't really big on him.
I'm getting cold.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Ah,
Sorry.
I don't know. There was just something about him that just made me uncomfortable. But yeah, I like this guy. I mean, like I said, I don't agree with everything, but he seems pretty chill for the most part. Okay, I kind of like him.
That second image I posted, Havo, is the cover image, the cover image for Wonderful Singles release. It's literally 3 images of Nicki Minaj put together.
Yours.
Oh, I believe it.
Well, not cookies you make, but
You love the cookies, all the cookies I made. You love the gingerbread cookies. You love the.
I didn't mean
You
one of the
love
cookies
the-
you make. I mean the cookies you bought of those one people that make things like the chess pieces. The really crunchy ones are some of my favorites.
Yes, you've eaten every one of those I've ever bought.
I never said I didn't like them all. I said it's one of my favorites, the crunchy ones.
Oh.
Just because they're a good cookie maker doesn't mean people can't have favorites. And she's already walked off.
You're surprised by this.
No.
I mean, this is your mother.
My foot. Why do you have to lay right down? Right? Why did you lay down right there? Why? Why?
What was this about cookies anyway?
About cookies. Some of my favorite cookies.
Okay, cookies are some of your favorite cookies. Okay.
Oh, they were talking about some of his favorite cookies.
Yeah, that would have worked better for you as a cat. He was talking about cookies. Some of his favorite cookies.
Oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to do a prequel or not, because I know I was talking about doing a prequel to this story. I might make it a short story. I don't know. I don't think I can make something huge out of it.
Well, let's worry about this one first, and then
Yeah, I'm more worried about this one because this one's the one that's actually more interesting. The other stuff is basically world building and lore creation.
Oh, want to know something interesting about Aztecs?
Sure.
that might be useful for when I work on Ferris's.
Holy shit, it's fucking cold in here. Why is that?
Did you know that
It's so damn cold in here. It's not even that cold in here, so why is it so damn cold in here?
I don't know.
What the hell is under my feet? I know it's not a lizard.
Now, what about where was you going, Ceres?
Well, I was going to say that Aztecs used to believe that hummingbirds were what warriors' souls became after they died. And
Oh, that's kind of neat.
there was one god that was believed that was a hummingbird, but he could take the form of an eagle. That eagle form is actually on Mexico's flag.
Oh, yeah. You want to build this city, but you will find this city where you find an eagle eating a snake on top of a cactus and top of a rock in the middle of a lake.
Aztec eagle, probably, if it's in Mexico.
So they built some more until it became Mexico City. Yes, I enjoy the Three Caballeros. I was gonna buy some 7-Up, but I'm like, no, if I do this before I go eat, it'll be hot. Then afterwards, I was like, okay, well, after I eat, I'm gonna grab a smoothie from McDonald's and, get some 7-Up from the gas station. And then, like, after we eat, I'm like, fuck it, I want to go home. And Chris was all good to go until he sat down in the car. He's like, I'm good. I'm like, okay. He smokes a cigarette, he gets in the car, and he's like, I changed my mind. I'm like, what do you mean you changed your mind? He goes, as soon as I sat down, I realized I'm ready for a nap. I'm like, all right. I gotta do the red stuff.
You got to do the red.
Gotta do the red stuff.
Hey, as long as it's not Red Bull, 'cause we don't want you to fly away.
Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Or whatever going on there.
3.
Oh.
I agree with Evo though.
What?
That got a 3 from me.
Oh, that was awful. Sorry. Excuse me. My God.
I'm like a bird, I want to fly away. Yes, you reminded me of that song. Congratulations.
No, I heard it. I've heard the song before, and I heard you singing it. And yes.
Okay.
Saying you needed to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
You can. See, Sirius, you can sing.
Sirius is the only person that can sing, and Merlin won't fling himself to his death.
Merlin didn't run away?
No, he listens to you, and then as soon as you start, he's like, okay, I'm done, and walks away. And when I start singing, or Shannon starts singing, or anybody else starts singing, he flings himself off my hand, my laptop. He runs up to the cat and begs to be eaten.
Luckily, I don't sing.
My thoughts exactly, Havo. My thoughts exactly.
I don't know, they say that, black men can sing pretty good. I mean, you've seen a lot of those singers in the 50s and 60s.
Do you hear the sound of my voice? Does this sound like a singing voice?
Could
Don't
be.
rap.
It could be. Just like she said, just don't rap.
Don't rap.
His voice doesn't tell us anything about if he can sing or not.
I like it how we're talking about a black guy singing, and you're like, don't rap. What the fuck is he supposed to do then? That's his language.
Excuse you, I'm sure he can do-up like a boss.
Yeah.
Other things besides doo-wop.
I've never had a boss that do-wop.
Like, hey, okay, well, if he don't rap, then we'll just have him singing doo-wop. We'll give him a 70s fro and those ugly ass outfits that the Jackson 5 had to wear, and we'll have him sing doo-wop.
It wouldn't even have to be the 70s fro.
Oh, come on, there are other kinds of music.
We can dress him up into the 30s. I mean, you have like the ink blots and shit.
Give him some sunglasses and a nice suit. If he sways his head around, he can make it as like like Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder. What the hell was that noise?
Let me see.
So I'm blind.
It sounded like when you were getting ready to laugh, you like let a squeak come out of a balloon.
Did Nice sneeze mold with her laughter?
I think it did.
Wait, I'm still surprised. It made me a blind black guy.
There are other kinds of music besides doo-wop and rap. Like my mom's
You didn't know that. We were talking about black people music, and I know that black people started that doo-wop.
Blues would be a thing. He could sing the blues.
He can sing the blues.
What about soul? Jeez.
Yeah, soul would be a thing.
Okay, Havo, we want the blues with soul, so put some feeling into it.
Blue soul.
What?
No, we want you to sing the blues, but we want to be able to feel it. You have to put some soul into it, put emotion into it.
Are you sure we're talking about Havo here?
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm sure you have a beautiful voice, but you don't really put emotion in it that often, ever.
He doesn't sing. What you mean is he doesn't put a whole lot of emotion to what he says. He's very
monotone.
Yeah, he's kind of monotone, but
very, very short and matter of fact. He talks to us like we're a bunch of white policemen.
Well, within good reason.
Yeah, but we're not police.
It's like, hey, how you doing? Good. What are you doing today? Stuff.
She has a point. You do kind of talk like that. You're just like, uh-huh.
It reminds me of that episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hey, look, there's a cop. Okay, look forward and only give short yes or no answers. Where you going? The beach.
What are you going to do there? Surf. How long are you going to be there? A couple hours.
Oh, God. That was actually a really sad episode. If you really think about it. I mean, like Carlton was so damn clueless. Like, not so much in the funny way, like, oh, Carlton, you're so crazy. But, like, dude, he really had no idea that just because he was rich didn't mean that racism wouldn't affect him in life.
Well, I think it's not that he didn't think that being rich would matter. He thought that racism wasn't really a thing and it was more of classism, and he had the class. And he thought his cousin was crazy. And then he was
Well, yeah, that was the whole thing. Is he was willing to talk to the officer because he was a rich black guy. So nothing like that ever had to apply to him, and he never realized until that episode that he was pulled over because they were black.
Yep, some black kids in a nice car.
And that the reason they were arrested was because they were black.
Yeah, the cops at that episode had assumed that there's no way some black kids could get in such a nice car without it being stolen.
Oh, God. The ending of that episode, I mean, like, the very, very end was sad because, they had to go through that little lecture to kind of bring it all home. But when Phil and Viv went to the jailhouse to bail them out, oh, my God. It's like, I love them because she's like getting ready to go crazy. She's like, oh yeah, hold my earrings, yeah. And he's just like, I'll put you through litigation. Your grandchildren will be in court. There was one thing about, I like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but at the same time, I think they kind of pushed the wrong message about growing up black in some ways. I mean, you could say, oh, you're white, you don't know the damn difference. It's like, no, but it's like Carlton was black. It's like, oh, he acted so white. It's like he acted like a rich person. He knew how to hold himself up, and that was okay. I don't see that as acting white.
They actually talk about that in one of the episodes.
And he's like, he's like, oh yeah, you need to act more black. You need to, which was like, what? So he needs to act more paranoid and talk with less education. And I mean, heck, when he was in the soap opera in a couple of episodes, he's like, oh yeah, when a brother would come in, he'd be like stealing your TV. It's like, why would you say that's how you're supposed to act? I understand that's how he grew up, and in Philadelphia, that was kind of how things were. But it's like, but you're basically saying that black people who act like, mature, successful, people trying to get around in the upper classes are too white.
The sad thing is that's still a thing.
I know it's still a thing, and that's sad. It's like,
well, I was trying to talk about one episode that actually addresses that.
Yeah.
It actually addresses that sort of thing. They what's his name again? We were just talking about him, the rich one.
Carlton, Uncle Phil, Aunt Viv.
Carlton tried to join a fraternity, and his cousin kept saying, no, you don't want to join them. And Carlton kept working so hard to, and they kept giving him these horrible tasks. And at the end, they kept saying, no, you can't, because you're not black enough, and we never intended to. And then
I think I remember this episode.
His cousin totally went off on the guy, talking about, that black isn't about how you look. And Carlton had tried so hard, and he had been a complete dick to Carlton just for how he naturally acts, and that in itself was a kind of bigotry. I
think I remember that episode.
It was a good episode.
The one with his dad, though, that killed like so many people. Like, oh my
God! He had such a horrible dad. I hate
his dad was a dick. That was like oh my God, made me sad.
Dad is like the biggest dick, not like the nice kind of dick, but just a horrible, horrible person that deserves so many horrible things to happen to them.
I also like the one, because I thought you were actually going to bring this episode up. The episode where the news was going to do an interview about Uncle Phil, but she was bored, because she didn't find him all that interesting. And Will had heard all these stories from Phil's mom about when he was younger, and he started telling the stories to the woman, and that ended up being the story they covered. And he was like really unhappy about that and really embarrassed. And his mom was like, "Why are you embarrassed about where you came from?" You know? And he's like, "I don't consider myself a hero for using a whites only bathroom. I just had to go. I was a little kid." You know, so he thought so little about where he came from because he thought it would be embarrassing compared to where he was now, where his mom thought, you know, the world of him. And then it was like, why wouldn't you be proud of where you came from?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't realize that in order for people to become lawyers, first they had to do things, you know, just to be allowed to use the bathroom like a normal person.
Right. It's like he's like, I wasn't trying to make a statement. I just had to pee.
Rosie Parks wasn't trying to
Right.
make.
It's like Rosa Parks was not trying to make a statement either. She just wanted to go home and she was tired.
Yep. Sometimes the biggest heroes are not the ones who try to be, but the ones who end up being it anyway.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the one thing that, I mean, I liked Fresh Prince, but, you know, I like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but at the same time, it was like, I think it focused a little too much on race sometimes. And while sometimes it was fine, because, you know, that basically showed, you know, this is basically how the two classes differ, but, you know, they're both equally black. But it also kind of, to me, seemed like sometimes they focused too much needlessly on it, to where it just felt like I think you're you know, I think they're doing less good than they think. Like, it comes off kind of weird to me in some episodes. Like, I don't know, you're making it sound like, you know,
I
just didn't understand it, you know.
I actually know why they did it that way, and it wasn't out of, you know, because just to show things like that. It was mainly because well, there's a lot of things people don't really know about black people didn't know about black people or black culture, and they wanted some of that stuff out there.
And like I said, I understand like some of it is like, okay, well, you know, you kind of look at things differently. And then other things, it kind of looks like you're doing more damage than good when, you know, the message is, oh, you know, you can't look at this, you have to be a hoodlum. You have to act like a hoodlum to be black. And it's like, you know, I like that they go back and they fix that.
Well, yeah, because they never said you had to. It's just his cousin.
His cousin is clueless. Let's be fair, but
well, that episode basically played on the reality that when you get rich, you're no longer black. How you act changes your race entirely.
Well, yeah,
so
but
they were doing that episode to actually call that out and say, yeah, this is not true. This is not how things are done. Just because you're rich and you're wealthy doesn't change your skin color, because you can still get treated the same way.
Right. I guess I never really knew how to take it. Like, it's funny, but then when I started looking at it as more of a social commentary of sorts when I was older, just like, I don't know. I don't really care for the show as much because it just kind of felt like in some episodes the wrong message was just put forth, but then other ones were like really, really good. So, you know, it's kind of like a hit or miss. Just kind of depended on where because some of them were just out there just in general. Wasn't even just race, it was just the plot was out there, you know. But I know people are gonna like want to hang me for it, but it's like, well, I grew up enjoying the Cosby Show, and I actually still enjoy the Cosby Show. There are little things that bug me now that I'm older about it, and it's not, you know, the whole Bill Cosby thing, but it's just like little things that annoy me now. But overall, it's like, yeah, growing up, I never saw the Cosby Show as a black family. It was obvious they were a black family, but it never registered to me. They were just a wealthy family. I knew people who were kind of like this, you know, and it never dawned on me. It's like, oh, well, the big deal is that they're a rich black family. It's like, okay, well, I just thought they lived in a, you know, a black neighborhood, you know. It didn't really dawn on me about that stuff.
Well, with me, I grew up watching the Cosby Show, and I knew that there was black, but that didn't. That it literally had no effect on me watching it.
Right. Like to me, it was a big. I watched a lot of Bill Cosby stuff. Like I watched the Cosby, Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids. I saw Little Bill for a while. Because I was curious. I watched the Picture Page. Nothing ever really had to do with race. I'm not saying they never did, because there were a few episodes. Like there's an episode where they talk about the march and Martin Luther King's speech. And there is like this one episode, Adam Sandler's playing one of his buddies, and he goes, "Oh, so what? Just because I'm black, I'm automatically good at basketball?" He's like, "Yeah." But like a lot of the stuff that I saw the Cosbys do, well, the Huxtables, a lot of stuff I saw the Huxtables do over the years, like I know people who do stuff like that. Granted, they had more money, so I had to take that into account, but it's just like, I don't know. They're just people to me.
Well, that's what they were trying to portray. Is that
it's like they're going to
just like
school.
us.
They
just
didn't
have more
go to
money.
a private school or anything. They just, and the things that their kids did. It's like, no, the things that their kids did is stuff that kids do. It was still, despite how wealthy they were supposed to be.
Well,
they were very, very relatable. You kind of, at least for me, I knew people who were kind of like that.
Wait, which show are we
Well,
on now?
Cosby.
Oh, a Cosby Show.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
like
that's what
that
those
better than
shows
Fresh
try to
Prince
portray.
because I actually liked the characters in that show.
Yeah, they were very, very likable and very relatable in this. It's like, I think that was kind of another thing for me was like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I didn't really relate to the characters very well. Ashley maybe, because she was supposed to be the most normal. But I actually felt that I related more. I can understand the Huxtables a whole lot more than I understood the characters of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I kind of like the Cosby Show more because from what I remember from it, them being black wasn't the main fucking issue, though.
Yeah, it was like every so often they'd bring it up, but it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, they're just a normal family, and with Fresh Prince, it was like each episode, it was like, hey, the black, hey, the black, hey, the black.
That was my thing too. Like, while some episodes were so good, others just kind of felt like that. Like, hey, this is the black people. These are black people. It's like, I got it. Can we move on from that?
Well, the stories were kind of different for the two.
The two main quote unquote children, with both of them, I find really.
The only character I did not like in the Cosby Show, I mean, later on, I didn't really understand the purpose of Pam being in there. But oh my God, I could not stand Vanessa. I could not, and even today, I cannot stand Vanessa. Like, she would go out of her way to get her parents upset with her. And she was always difficult. And I understand people are like that. But then at the same time, it's just like, if I was that child, I would have had my ass beat all the time.
Something.
Another show I liked was the Bernie Mac show, which I watched when I was younger.
I didn't watch very many episodes of that. And I kind of feel a little bad about that because I never really gave it much of a chance. I like Bernie Mac, but I think it wasn't the show that got me, but it was the formula that sitcoms were taking and have been taking that I dislike. Stupid husband, wild but hot wife, kids that are really stupid or super clever or dumb and hot or geeky. It's like they're too stereotyped. They don't feel like real people.
Bernie Mac show was a bit different from that.
Bernie Mac show was really good. I really liked Family Matters. I think that was my favorite.
Yeah,
I like that too.
I didn't watch a lot of that either. But I think I recognize more of it because it did feel a little more. Like, from what I saw, it was never a racial thing. It was just like, hey, there's these two people. There's these two families. Okay, there's Urkel,
Yeah.
It
Here's
wasn't
their
a big
family.
deal.
Here's their weird neighbor.
Yeah.
Have fun with
Like,
that.
oh God, what's Oku going to do this time?
Yeah,
And he
that
wasn't
was
even
pretty much the whole
supposed to
thing.
be the main focus.
Have you guys ever seen Urkel play in a lot of the other shows? Like he was in the Cosby Show. I think he was in Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
The actor's actually kind of.
Oh God, he's hot.
Yeah, I have no
He's fucking
idea
hot.
how they toned him down.
Yeah, it's like
That's because
That's
Joel.
Urkel. Like,
That's
no.
because Joel actually can act.
like that's yeah. I was like, when people started pointing that, like, yeah, that's Urkel. I'm like, no, damn,
He's
fine.
fucking loco nowadays.
He was
Well,
looking
even
back
then he
too. I
was.
like, damn, that's one hot looking guy.
Well, no, because even back then he was. If you look at the episodes when they introduced Stefan, that's what he really looked like. Even then, it's like, dang.
I just brought up Stefan.
Yeah, I'll leave that fanning to you guys. I'm good.
We're all sitting here like, damn, he's fine. He's just like, not gonna touch this. You just go your own way.
Well,
but yeah, you know, it was kind of like when me or Arachne were talking, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't know that guy from The Matrix was in Pee-wee's Playhouse. And when we started looking at the videos, I'm like, but he's not black.
I know, and I even looked up pictures. I was, he doesn't. What? What the heck did they do to you to make
know,
you
it's
not
like,
look black?
He's very clearly black in The Matrix, and I'm looking at him as Cowboy Curtis. I'm like, no, it's not the same guy. He's not black.
How the frick did you do that?
But that was the way I thought as a kid. It's like I just thought he just had a darker skin tone. It didn't dawn on me that he was black.
He still doesn't look very.
I know, he still doesn't look black. I'm like, no, it's not him. And we're looking at it, and Chris is like, no, the eyes, that's him. And he's just like, I just can't get over the fact that he played in Pee-wee's Playhouse. And I'm just sitting here like, no, Cowboy Curtis wasn't black. Like I said, I didn't care. It's just like, it never dawned on me. And yeah, oh my God, when I was a little kid, I had the biggest crush on Cowboy Curtis. I'm just like, I like Cowboy Curtis. He's nice.
You wanted to dope meat without even knowing it.
I was like, they're not the same guy. It's just so hard to imagine that. Like when he said it blew his mind, he was just like, I can't believe somebody that serious was in a show like that. And me, I'm just like, I just can't imagine that Cowboy Curtis was black. I totally thought he was like Native American.
I know, that's why I'm trying to figure out, what the heck did they do?
Yeah, like later on when I started watching like Hey Dude, I could have swore like him and the guy on Hey Dude were very similar looking. I'm like, oh, so the Native American. No, he's black. Really? Okay.
I never liked Hey Dude all that much.
I liked Hey Dude.
Hey Dude was kind of hit or miss, depending on the episode.
Lawrence Fishburne? Or
Yeah, that was it. That's the guy.
Yeah, I don't know, just,
It's very, it was very, It depended on the episode. Because some of the episodes are really bad, and other episodes are just like, okay, and some are actually pretty good. Most people remember it because of, like I said, the Native American guy, and
Besides me, watch Adventures of Pete and Pete.
oh yeah, the Adventures of
Pete and Pete, yes, I'd watch the crap out of that still.
I watched some of it. I wasn't a huge fan. I like the shorts.
I like the shorts, but I also like the series.
But I grew up watching, because this came out a little later in my childhood, Salute Your Shorts.
Yes.
I liked that one. And I always found it cool when I recognized actors from those shows. Like, people were like, oh, yeah, well, the girl on Hey Dude was from Xena. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I'm like, yeah, well, then I'm like, hey, yeah, that guy that was in Salute Your Shorts, he was in Terminator 2.
I just wanted to say, I'm pretty sure Hey Dude came before the Xena TV series, if that's what they meant.
Probably. But I know most people
Yeah.
recognize her as Xena when they look back on it. And me, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay.
Well, that's because Xena came out more. Basically, things that are the more recent it is, the more likely people are going to remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was like 95.
Hey, dude.
No, Xena. 95 or 96.
Yeah, I liked Salute Your Shorts. I actually liked even some of the later seasons because I think they handled it okay. I'd have to watch it again to be sure. But like I liked how like when they took characters in and out, there was actually, you know, you got time to kind of let go and then learn about the new character. They kept the characters that were interesting, like Donkey Lips and what was his name? Was it Buddy?
Bud, I think.
And then it was Ugly.
Oh yeah. Ugh.
So I actually enjoyed that.
Where I don't remember who the original the first new kid was. He and Bud, I think.
It was Bobby Budnick, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, he and the new kid, they tried to get out of swimming by faking
Yes.
self being sick.
So they made up some fake puke, and it ended up like, oh shit, they were going to go to the beach, and ended up he's like, I'm so glad you guys didn't go. It was
Yeah,
I was the only one that went in.
Yeah.
And they're like, is that my oatmeal? You bathing in this? Blah, blah. I remember that episode. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, because we found out a little bit about Bud and how he's like a master puzzle dude because every time his mom would date some guy, and he'd always try and do puzzles just so they could, like, yay, bonding.
Yeah.
Which, is it's sort of a cheap way to get to know someone. Like, hey, puzzles.
Yeah, but
Why
I
do you
think,
think he hated puzzles so much?
But for a kids show, I think that was actually pretty interesting.
Well, that's because that is a realistic thing a lot of people do when they're trying to win the mom. They're like, let's not actually try to get to know the kid. Let's try to use a cheap way to bond with them, which is why it bothered him and why so many of them use the same damn thing.
You want to know another episode that was pretty cool? The episode where they kept playing Capture the Flag, and nobody wanted to take Donkey Lips seriously. And he ended up being like the master at it. I'm like, yeah, that was actually pretty cool. I don't know what it was. Like, I didn't like Donkey Lips, like, as a favorite character. Like, yeah, I didn't like him as like a favorite character, but I liked him as in the sense that he was very important to the series. Like, he added that something, especially when he was paired with Bobby. Because the two of them just felt like a pair.
Not a good pair, but a pair nonetheless.
Well, no, it wasn't a very. It was very troublesome because they like to get in trouble together, and I wouldn't consider it a ship either because I would never see it. It was just like they just seemed like they went together very well, and then eventually, when the new kid was more comfortable, he seemed to fit in pretty good. Like everyone really felt like they fit in for the most part.
Yeah.
Even your stereotypical people, like, oh, that's so dirty, it's like, but everyone just felt like they belonged on that camp.
Mm-hmm. Although none of them wanted to be there.
Right. I liked the feeling of the general dynamic.
Yeah. It's like every time you get a new person, it's like, yeah, my mom made me come. I said, yep.
About how it happens with most kids. Why are you in kids? My mom or my dad. Something like that.
Well, yeah, it's like my parents made me. Yep. Yep. That's pretty much everyone else. But yeah, it's sort of like with the dynamic between Bobby and Donkey Lips is sort of like on the one hand they can kind of seem like your basic bullies of sorts because they did
Yeah,
on
they were
occasion
basically
do
the
that,
camp
but at the same
bullies.
time, yeah.
Yeah, they were the camp bullies, definitely. But I like that even though they were bullies, they were still, they were still redeemable. Because like
They had their
they
moments.
weren't just bullies, and that was the only role they had. It's like, no, they actually got a little something out of it. And I kind of liked that.
Yeah, I mean, they had their moments where they were complete dicks to somebody, but then
Oh yeah,
then they'd go and do something. It's like, well, they're not
they kind of had this
horrible.
sense. They just kind of had this sense of right and wrong that just kind of petered in and out, and that was fine for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? Thank you.
And holy crap, their theme song.
What?
Their theme. Their opening.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's not even a full-on song. It's like, yay, we're gonna do the camp anthem, and then somebody screw up with this thing, and then the next thing you know, somebody's messing with something. It's like, no, this thing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's one thing I really enjoyed is that you didn't just have, okay, well, these are just the dumb, Bulk and Skull idiot bullies that don't do anything. It's like, no.
Hell, even Bulk and Skull had redeeming qualities. They actually wound up having a defining moment in the later season.
Oh, I didn't get that far.
Yeah. They started out as your
I did
generic
not
bullies,
like
but they
that
actually
show.
did develop.
But yeah, it's just like, okay, they're a bully sometimes, and other times like, no, they're doing other things. It's like I kind of like that dynamic because you don't know what they're going to end up doing because they could be little jerks or they could actually do something else. What the shit is that?
What's what?
Is that your game still?
Yep.
Yeah,
Sounded like you farted.
I'm mining,
Oh.
and now I've got to go home because it's late.
But
Okay.
yeah, like even if you do go to the Power Rangers there for a second, yeah, Bulk and Skull actually had, they started out your generic bully, blah 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 blah, but they do eventually develop into actual people. Okay, not always the brightest, but they do develop into actual people.
Yeah, I was never big into those. The Mystic Knights of Tyranno, Power Rangers, Big Bad Beetleborgs.
Oh, the Beetleborgs! Holy crap!
Yeah, can't do any of that shit.
I mean,
one thing I really liked about like the Mystic Knights of Tyranno is that they actually really they pronounced Celtic things and they addressed Celtic things better than other shows did.
now I did like the Power Rangers growing up, and I still kind of do. Okay, I'm not as huge a fan as like Linkara and stuff, but I am. I still do like the Power Rangers, but I like the older Power Rangers more than the newer stuff. But that's because they actually focused on actual freaking martial arts and not whatever the heck they're doing now.
Yeah, well, I watched it a couple times when it first came out. I'm just like, it's not my thing. It looks really dumb. Too much stock footage and shit. It did not hit me at all.
Well, some of it was.
But then later on, you had that White Ranger come in, and me and my sister were both like, now mind you, she's 10 years older than me.
Jason David Frank. Jason David Frank.
Yeah, she's like,
Favorite one.
huh?
My favorite Power Ranger, Jason David Frank.
Oh, Tommy?
Yes, Tommy Oliver.
But yeah, like when the White Ranger became when the Green Ranger became a thing, and then he became the White Ranger. I did watch the Green Ranger arc, because I was curious. And then when he became the White Ranger, we're just like, oh, okay. And then every so often, me and my sister would watch, not together, but we'd watch, and she'd be just like, oh, damn, that White Ranger's hot. I'm like, yeah, he's hot, okay.
Yes.
I hate the show, but I'll sit and look at him for a while. What came on before Goosebumps.
I watched both of them.
Goosebumps,
Yeah, I watched the Power Rangers, and then I watched Goosebumps.
Goosebumps was okay. I mean, some of the episodes were really, really good, and others were just kind of like, but they all kind of had that certain feeling to it, which makes sense. It was for younger kids.
Yeah, I think I liked Are You Afraid of the Dark a little bit more than Goosebumps. But
Yeah, I think because the effects were just too cheesy for me. That was the only problem. Like, these were a little cheesy. Now it's like if they were, I think they were talking about doing a Goosebumps reboot. In which case, I'd be like, yeah, I kind of hope they would do better, a little bit better acting, a little bit better effects, maybe. Because like, there's a lot of potential there for really, really good stuff, but it's just not. It just feels too cheesy. But then again,
yeah, but knowing nowadays, they're probably going to CGI the crap out of all of it.
Now, my whole thing is, I would love to see them use Slappy more often. Not just like in general, but I mean, like, I keep going back to the Slappy they used in the movie. I'm like, that was actually a really good Slappy. And they actually started redoing the covers again and started putting that Slappy on the cover. Like, I think a very Slappy birthday or something like that. It's supposed to be coming out in February. I already have it on pre-order. But they actually used the Slappy from the movie for that book.
Because of course you do.
Of course I do. I'm trying to read all the Slappy books. I'm authority on Slappy.
You will be by the time you read all of them.
I guess we could say you as a slap-happy motherfucker.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I mean, like, I actually like the original covers. They started redoing them, and while I like the settings better in the new covers, I don't like the way Slappy's drawn. It looks so fake. Whereas he actually looks like, he actually looks like a dummy in the originals. The second one,
I gotta grab my dog.
it just doesn't feel the same. But then, yeah, they started putting the movie version of Slappy on the cover of the new book. So I'm just like, I'd kind of like to see them do another round of remakes for the Slappy books with that image, even though it's not correct.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's not correct. He's supposed to have blue eyes, not brown, but, hey, in the original Night of the Living Dummy, he was supposed to be a dark-skinned dummy, not a white guy. So.
Of course.
Oh, and he used to have freckles. Don't forget that.
Where did that go?
I don't know. They mentioned his freckles a couple times, and then they just kind of stopped. By the time you get to Son of Slappy, even his voice changes.
Weird.
They have him with a very metallic, robotic voice. And I didn't like that change. But like I said, Son of Slappy was, I think the weakest one in the series. I just didn't like it very much. There were some things that were good about it, but overall, I just didn't like it. Of course, Gaslighted was the worst. If I was going to read, if I was a fan of the other author, I would have enjoyed the book more. Because it was more about that character and his story. And everything that R.L. Stine was supposed to bring to it. It's like, you could have easily written this without R.L. Stine and it would have been fine because Slappy's not Slappy. It makes no sense whatsoever in the whole story.
Yeah.
And it really bummed me out because they were like, this is not for kids. I'm like, ooh, Slappy in a more adult setting? That's going to be cool. Because I can imagine he was a real threat. And then it's like, no, he doesn't do shit. He's not even alive. Doesn't even go by Slappy. It's like, yeah, so if you guys want to read the short story Gaslighted because Slappy's in it, don't.
Because he's not.
It's awful. I mean, in the sense that if you're going to see Slappy in a more adult story, don't bother. Because I'm sorry, even though there's a ventriloquist dummy in it, Slappy's not in it. That's the way I see it. Even if they say, oh, well, Slappy's in it. No, he's not. No, he's not. There's nothing indicating at all that that's Slappy. There's no point in him. the story itself, if you like the other author, fine. The story itself is okay. But I went in thinking it was going to be an actual, these two writers actually writing something interesting, and it doesn't feel like R.L. Stine was there at all. It didn't feel like he did anything, which is a pity.
I guess all he did was show up so his name would be in the title?
I guess so, because they said, oh yeah, well, his name's on it because Slappy's in it. I'm like, Slappy's not in it. Well, that dummy was supposed to be Slappy, but it's not Slappy. His name wasn't Slappy. He wasn't alive. He did absolutely nothing. The whole entire story revolved around the other character. And the only thing that quote-unquote Slappy did was sit there and do nothing. He wasn't alive. He didn't do anything. He wasn't called by name. There was nothing in there to connect him to R.L. Stine. So he could have easily been just some random ventriloquist dummy, and R.L. Stine didn't even have to put his name on it. That's what annoyed the fuck out of me. It's like, if I hear that two authors are going to be working on one story, I expect to see influences from both authors in there, not just a throwaway excuse to put the other author's name on there while the other author writes the whole story.
Yeah, there's no point to that.
Yeah, like there was no point to that. I would never have thought R.L. Stine would have been in that. I even wonder if R.L. Stine even wrote anything in it. Like, I don't believe R.L. Stine wrote this. I don't believe he put any contribution into it. I don't believe that's Slappy. I just think the other author wrote some shit and they had to do something together. So he's like, hey, there's a dummy. There, you're in it. That's what it feels like to me. I know, it's so weird. It's like, oh my God, you're like 34 years old and you're like really huffed up about this one damn kid's character. It's like, you don't understand.
Slappy is like,
I was the authority on this character. I looked every which way. I was like, you know how people go crazy with their fan theories about other fandoms? That was me with Slappy. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get all these characteristics down. I'm going to know this character inside and out. And yeah, just like when I see something that doesn't quite fit into what was already given, but doesn't expand on it, like it doesn't expand on the universe, it annoys me. And that's kind of how Son of Slappy was. It tried to add more to the lore, but didn't quite go far enough. And then it just kind of seemed really weird and really out of character.
Yeah, but at least that one tried.
It tried. It tried. Just
which is more than I guess you could say for the Gaslight or whatever, because it didn't bother.
Yeah.
At least Son of Slappy tried.
Son of Slappy tried. It didn't do very well.
It failed, but it tried.
Yeah, to me, it just didn't do. But it did give me. I give it a pass because it did something I really wanted, and that was the ending. The ending gave me something I really, really wanted. I've been looking for in all these stories. It gave me that. I was happy. So I said, okay, well, the story itself is not so good. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't quite fit. But it gave me this, and it did give us a little bit of lore. So
Is that the one where we found out how he existed? Because I know you said something about finding out how he was made.
Yeah, they mention it, and I think that's the book where you learn about that. I don't know if they mention it in earlier books offhand, because there are a few stories I actually I either don't remember because I don't have them on hand to read, like Slappy's Nightmare, which I think they discussed some of that. But yeah, I think Slappy's Nightmare mentioned it. I think Bride of Slappy, or yeah, I think Bride of the Living Dummy mentioned it somehow. But they're trying to. But yeah, they kind of mentioned that. Okay, yeah, well, Slappy was actually a real thing. It's not like it wasn't like, oh, it's like in those Goosebumps books. I think they do it in one book somewhere. I'm just like, that's stupid. But when they mention it, like, oh yeah, well, in the vaudeville days in the 1800s, you know, in the late 1800s, then you know you had Slappy as an actual, you know, character on the scene. I'm like, okay, well that fits. And I think we learn in Son of Slappy that it is the late 1800s, so about the 1880s to 1890s is when he would have been created and started being a presence, which is fine for me because that makes sense. It makes sense in our world. It makes sense in the lore.
That, and you said something about how he uses like really old sentences to try and be an ass, and it's just like, what?
Yeah, he's very outdated.
Um,
And some of the things that he says are just so outdated. It's like, how can you really be that upset with these sentences? But then it's like, well, I can imagine, you know, back in Slappy's heyday, these would be your typical insults. You don't talk to people like this. There's a lot more sense of maturity and, you know, more cheesiness. You know, they had cheesier insults at the time, and that would have been more of a pain. But nowadays, it's like, these are so fucking lame. But now I can see an explanation as to why these would be things he says.
You'd think after all of these years he would have picked up newer, more modern.
He has picked up some things. He knows how to use a cell phone.
That wasn't even a thing in the 90s.
In Son of Slappy, he knows how to use a cell phone.
I was talking more about his language, not his cell phone use. But okay.
Yeah, but you're saying learning new things. That's what I'm saying. Like in Son of Slappy, you find out he knows what a laptop is. He knows what a computer is. I think he knows how to use a computer somewhat, but he knows what a cell phone is, and he knows how to use it.
Guys, man, what are you doing down there, you silly girl?
And they actually, in the movie, they actually show that he knows that stuff too. He doesn't mention the computer, but he mentions cell phones. Like, he takes out cell phone towers. He already knows what cell phone towers are. And that actually got me confused in the movie. Like, okay, so how much of Slappy's actual story in the books is in this movie? Because apparently a lot of the stuff is supposed to be classic Goosebumps. Then there's some characters that seem more like Goosebumps 2000 or Horrorland's Most Wanted or Goosebumps Most Wanted or something like that, like Ghoul School. That seems kind of new to me. So like stuff like that, and like there's one with a clown, and it's like those feel kind of new. I don't remember those, so I'm wondering. Okay, well, how many of Slappy's stories are written down? I mean, I could be a real picky dick and just be like, well, yeah, well, you know, if Night of the Living Dummy was the story that came off, Slappy shouldn't have come out of that book at all. That should have been Mr. Wood. Slappy didn't take a main character stance until Night of the Living Dummy 2. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What were you trying to say, Arachne? I'm sorry.
You said it'll be back in a few.
Oh, okay. So how does his skull look, by the way? I was actually going to ask him what he thought of that.
That's a very bona fide skull.
All right, let me. I need to put some glare in it, I think. Let's see.
I like. Jasmine, what are you doing under there?
Let's see.
No.
You know, people are going to be looking at this video like, oh my gosh, she's so freaking obsessed over that stupid damn dummy. Hey, I was really
I personally like movies involving creepy freaking dolls.
Yeah, I've always been like that. I love living toys, living movies, living puppets, living dolls. I love this.
I just yesterday watched a review of somebody else talking about freaking dolls, and I was like, yes, this movie.
People are always kind of like, yeah, it's okay if you like the kind of thing, but it's not a very good movie. I'm like, no, it's not a great movie. It's Charles Band. Charles Band doesn't make good movies. Generally.
That personally, for me, that depends on what you consider a good movie.
That's true too. Like he makes delightfully cheesy to delightfully bad movies. Charles Band is kind of like the master of modern B movies, but like a certain variety of modern B movie. Like he doesn't take like the work is not generally taken seriously. Some of the movies are taken seriously, like the Puppet Master series was kind of serious.
Yeah, but it had its moments too.
It did. It did. I consider 3 to be the best because it felt like the most true of the stories, and it had the best work done on it. And the others just kind of like, yeah, okay. Netherworld was good. I love the Witchboard series. I don't even know if that is Full Moon. Ginger Dead Man was a nice concept, but it is a movie that is not to be taken too seriously. Demonic Toys, same thing. It's not supposed to be taken too seriously. Doll Man versus Demonic Toys. Doll Man itself, there are a lot of really good movies, but they're good in these aren't great movies, but I enjoy them kind of things.
Yeah, if you want to get on technical level, they may not be, but then again, like I said, it depends on what you consider a good movie. Personally, I consider a movie a good movie if is it entertaining? Yeah. Hell yeah, Dolls is fun.
Well, Dolls is so much fun.
The only time I consider a movie a bad movie is if it's really boring, so freaking confusing that I don't understand anything, or just I can't get into it. If I can't enjoy it, then it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
If I can enjoy it and it's a weird movie, fine. I mean, I like Plan 9 for crying out loud.
Dolls is a charming movie. It's nostalgic for me. I enjoyed it, and when I was a kid, that kind of shit scared me. I mean, let's face it.
Well, hell, actually, one of the people I watched here recently, and this is something I had actually kind of agreed with the way it's set up, said that basically, and he said he likes movies like this too, where if not for a few moments of violence, it could actually be more of a family thing.
Yeah, a really legit kids horror movie, and that would have been like I know, like they're like, oh, it's not kids horror movie because some of the stuff, like, yeah, but think about it. You're gonna watch and be like, this is really dumb. A kid watches that, it's gonna be fucking terrifying, and it's great. As a child who watched it, it was a scary movie to me. Not because it was like, oh, it gives me nightmares, but holy shit, I sure as hell didn't want to touch those damn dolls. My sister had some of these pretty porcelain dolls, and I'm just like, fuck those. Hell, I used to apologize to my stuffed animals when I would treat them like shit. And I used to hang those fuckers from doorknobs.
You were kind of messed up as a kid.
I was kind of messed up as a kid. I don't know why I used to do that shit.
But yeah, I mean, when I saw Dolls the first time, it was like it was creepy. Okay, I wasn't pissing myself from fear, but then again, I've yet to have a movie actually scare me that badly.
I consider it more of a creepy movie that gives you a sense of unease. Because let's face it, they don't have to do anything. You just look at those fucking dolls and you're just like, ooh, something's eerie about those fuckers.
Well, that can be said about freaking dummies. I mean, I have a couple. They're in a bag in my attic, I think, at this point. But yeah, like if you set them up right, I mean, yeah. Just something about things that look human but aren't.
Yeah. Just, what is this not fucking doing anything?
Hell, I think one person, when they were talking about what had, the inspirations for, like, Child's Play and stuff, they were, one person was talking about how his sister had a whole bunch of, like porcelain dolls and stuff, and they were set in such a way where there's, like, a flashlight or something that was, like, right on their faces, and, like, holy crap.
I get mad when people can't use ventriloquist dummies properly. And I don't mean like, oh, there's a certain way you have to use them. Like, no. When you're going to utilize them to trigger automatonophobia, you have to do something that makes it feel real. That's actually something, again, I'm going to mention the whole Slappy thing. In Goosebumps, the movie, that was something I actually praised about that. It's like they actually went out of their way to make sure Slappy felt generally alive. You would believe he was saying this stuff. You would believe he was looking right at you. He moves in a way that feels real.
Hell, even Magic did that.
He used him in a way that made him feel like a real individual. It didn't just feel like, you know, oh, well, he's a ventriloquist dummy. Just fucking move his jaw a little bit and move his eyes around like an idiot. You know, they actually made it very clear that. I think that's why. I think that's why out of all the movies I watched that involve ventriloquist dummies, even though Goosebumps isn't technically a horror for adults, I consider Slappy to be the more
the creepiest element.
Yeah, he was the more threatening of all the ventriloquist dummy characters because he didn't feel like a puppet. Like, you knew he was, but he would look dead at you when he spoke, you know? He would look directly at the character he was talking to and have a conversation. He would move in ways that a person would move. You know, even in the interviews, they made sure that in his interviews and what are the words? What's the word? The promos, that he still kept that life. When he was on WhatsApp for that 1 week, he was very direct, looked right into the camera, and he would move his head and he would, you know, sway from side to side in some of the interviews. You know, they made sure his eyes moved when they were supposed to move, that he blinked when he was supposed to blink. He felt like a real character. Mm-hmm. And that's what made him creepy, is because he comes off as a little person.
Well, there again, that's why one of the more popular and well-known ventriloquist film/segments is the ending segment in Dead of Night, I think it was called, with Hugo, because holy crap.
Like, I watched another movie called Triloquist, and you really can't take it seriously, but it's supposed to be basically a comical, scary movie about a ventriloquist dummy. And while
a dark comedy, okay.
Yeah, well, horror comedy was a big thing back in the 80s and stuff. But I'm watching this, and while the story itself is kind of weird story, it kind of reminds me of Me, Myself, and Irene for some reason.
Oh.
Or the ventriloquist dummy.
Okay, I'm sure they can pull it off better than Me, Myself, and Irene did. Holy crap, that was not a good one.
I do like Me, Myself, and Irene. The thing is that, and the ventriloquist dummy's name is Dummy. He has no name. He's just called Dummy. So, he's an interesting character. He has an interesting voice. He has an interesting personality. But the puppeteers are fucking awful at making him feel real. Because basically what they would do is, you know, they just kind of have him kind of talk and it looks okay. But then they do these extreme close-ups and they're basically just moving the mouth really slowly and having him blink and move his eyes in weird-ass ways. And it's like, that's not how a person talks. It's like, whoa, he's a puppet. It's scary. It's like...
No, because it would be more scary if he actually behaved like a person.
Just moving all the mechanics in slow-mo and not having even match what he's saying doesn't feel real. Now, if you have that thing staring dead on and giving a real performance, that treat that ventriloquist dummy like you treat another actor. Make it work. Make it real.
And any legit ventriloquist could probably chew them out for doing that, because that's what you have to do. You have to. Right. I can't even do the ventriloquism thing very well. There's a few. Sometimes I can pull it off because there are some things I can say without moving my mouth, and then other things I legitimately have to move my mouth because my mouth isn't trained very well.
Right. And I'm out of practice myself, but in high school I was into ventriloquism, and I had a few dummies. I even had a couple ventriloquists send me some stuff. So it was really cool. I even got, I was having trouble with my Charlie. I'm like, I can't do Charlie's voice, and it doesn't feel real. And this is not how a real ventriloquist dummy works. because you know the ones that you get of like Charlie and Howdy Doody and stuff, it has a loop and it has a string with a loop in the back.
Yeah, it's your
And
basic.
the thing is, you have to hold that neck a certain way. It's not very fluid. Whereas if you had I had a plush figure, you could put your hand in the back. It doesn't have any rods or anything, but it's a hand puppet. But you work it from the back, like a regular ventriloquist dummy in a sense. And you can make it move its head. You can make it give expressions with its mouth. And then you have, the more professional that have like rods and levers and stuff.
Yeah, and then you could move their eyes, their eyebrows, their ears, possibly their mouth, head. Okay, sometimes you can even get ones that have the stick thing where you can move the arms. So it's like, yay.
Yeah. In fact, that's actually something I wanted to bring up is that, did you ever notice how real like the Muppets are? Even though you can see the strings, they have very big personalities. They feel real.
I actually don't really see them because crappy vision, but still.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, like
even though you can't see them, yeah.
Even though you can see the strings working the hands, it's not a big deal. That was something I mentioned when I was watching old Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy movies.
I love those two.
They're like, Edgar Bergen is a terrible ventriloquist. He was okay on the radio, but once he started in the film, it's so distracting. His lips move. And yes, he's very bad at it. His lips move something terrible.
Yeah, but you're watching Charlie, and it's like, holy crap.
But to make up for how bad his ventriloquism is, he gave Charlie a bigger-than-life personality so that you can't help but look at Charlie. So you don't notice that his lips are moving because you're too busy looking at Charlie.
Exactly. And holy crap, I love Charlie.
Even characters he did like Mortimer Snurd and the quote-unquote puppet he did called Ophelia, which is basically his hand with a dress. You can't help it. The characters are so interesting that you look at the characters and it's like, well, he's a bad ventriloquist. It's like, yeah, but he makes good enough characters that it's okay. It makes up for that.
Yeah.
And likewise, like Jeff Dunham. I mean, look at him and Peanut. Peanut has an arm bar.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Jeff Dunham moving that arm bar around. You see his hand moving that arm. You still see Peanut moving. You register it as Peanut's moving his arm. It's like, yeah, well, Jeff Dunham's holding the bar. It's like, you don't care about that. You don't see that because Peanut is a bigger-than-life personality and very mobile. He's very
And you have to do that if you're going to pull off the...
If you're going to be very obvious... You have to make up for your obviousness with something that is distracting enough to give your characters enough of a standalone presence. I actually consider Ahmed to be a really good example of that. And not in the sense that, he has arm bars and stuff, but in the sense that you can watch Jeff Dunham perform with Ahmed. You can watch Ahmed alone in a promo. Or if you were to watch something like Ahmed Saves America, it still feels like Ahmed. You never think about those other things.
Well, that they're again going back to Charlie, because I've actually, because I have watched a few of the things, and there was at least a couple of different times where Charlie would be, kind of not really by himself, but like... They would set up where it looked like he's kind of off on his own, and he could still stand on his own. Okay,
right,
not literally, but figuratively.
On his own. Especially in scenes from like, oh God, what was it called? Look Who's Laughing. And Here We Go Again. Look Who's Laughing is my favorite though, because he actually is alone in a soda shop. And he's on the phone with this girl. Even though he's not really on the phone, it ends up just being Thither McGee's wife doing a voice. And it's like, he carries it well.
Uh-huh.
It's like he's real enough that when you put him by himself, you believe enough.
Yeah,
you can
he's still there.
and that's kind of what I like, and that's kind of what I liked about when they made Slappy moves. He could be by himself, and you would still believe he's still moving on his own. The only thing I didn't like, and I think it's me being picky. The only thing I didn't like about the Goosebumps movie is that Slappy kind of creaks a lot. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm being picky or if that was intentional.
They probably did that since he's supposed to be pretty old.
Yeah,
Pretty old.
he could just be
All of
showing
his little
his age.
movements are very creaky. Like I can hear the springs in his mouth, like in his jaw, like when he's in the auditorium, and Stein is on the stage on the cast of fucking what was it? The Shining. It was supposed to be The Shining, is what it was. That's what it was a nod to. And Slappy is talking to him from the audience. When he moves his head a certain way and his jaw starts to move, you can hear the springs and everything moving. And then when he's up there bending over the typewriter, you can hear the bending and creaking of all the little parts that's inside. So it sounds very metallic, which is weird to me. So it's very creaky and it's weird.
But then again, he's like over 100 years old, so he could just be showing his age.
I'm just going to go for 1880 as a date, as a stand-in date. I just know it's the late 1800s. I'm going to say 1880. So yeah, 1880 to now. Yeah, he's an old shit.
So therefore, the creaking could be legit. It could just be a thing where it's like, yeah, he's starting to show his age some. He's, the quote-unquote bones.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not like hugely annoyed by it, but just like, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be that way or if, all the work that, because I know that they took several puppeteers to get each and every scene to do certain things. And I have to give them props because sometimes after I've watched the movie a few times that involve puppeteering, I'll watch them really carefully to see if I can find any fuck-ups. Puppet Master is full of them. You can see the strings, you can see the hands, you can see mistakes. And even with movies with puppets and dolls, stuff like that, you see those little mistakes. And so far, the only mistake, like downright real mistake I've seen them make with Slappy is that the voiceover doesn't line up with his mouth at some point, at one point that I know of. At one point when he's saying, or is it the other way around? We're so similar, I get confused. I know they were supposed to switch scenes at that point, but Slappy stopped moving before the scene changed. And that bugs me. It's that little itty thing. It's like, no, he would have been moving at that point. Okay, Rackney, are you back?
Yes.
What do you think of the skull now? I put some shading and light in it. And I got the bow done.
Let me bring up the. Okay.
I said it was very bona fide.
Bona fide.
I don't have a bone joke for that. Actually.
You have no bones to pick.
There's no bones to pick for this. Okay.
I think it looks really good.
All right. Now, all I'm going to go ahead and save it again. And,
Yeah, there's a skeleton of detail.
right. I'm going to put it. I'm going to save the skull by itself, or like the skull part by itself, and I'll save another one with the string, and we'll see which one looks best.
Okay.
So this way I'll have two for you to look at.
Remember, I need the scar and the bow.
Right. So one will just be the skull and bow, and the other one will be the skull, bow, and string. Oh my god, it's been almost 3 hours, and all I fucking did was this fucking shading.
Okay, shading can take a long, long time. Certainly a lot more than just a few hours.
Right. Okay. So now,
You know, that's one reason I'm glad I got into 3D, because all I have to do is,
Lights.
yeah, it works by real life principles. All I have to do, lays down a fucking light, boom, instant shading and shadowing.
that sounds very convenient.
It is. The only problem I have though is texture work, which is not easy.
I can imagine because some of your stuff is very, very plasticky, but then other stuff you have is really, really good because you can see the texture and the pores.
Well, the one thing about that is mainly how I go about rendering it. Before I got Lux Render for Poser, which is what actually I used to use for what I used in DOS was my workflow was create the images in DOS, send them to reality, and then in reality I would convert them to the advanced scan shaders and all that, and then send them to Lux Render so they would render out. When I first got Poser, I didn't have the Lux Render license, the reality license, my bad, for Poser. So I was using Superfly. That's one reason I fucking hate Superfly and I fucking hate iRay. They look fucking shiny. And I have not found a way to fucking fix that.
That's actually one small thing I actually found that I dislike about some of your work is that sometimes it's not a consistent texture. Like that one picture you showed of Abigail from the back, the one I keep saying, oh yeah, it's a manly ass. I noticed that most of her is like a dry texture, but then like just her ass and one other part is all shiny.
That was actually Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. I'm just
That's exactly what I mean when I know exactly what you're fucking talking about.
yeah, it's like that's the only thing that bugs me. It's like, and I mean, like when you did the one where they're like in the water, it was okay. It was better.
Because the signiness fit. Like I was saying though, the reason about that is that's just something about Superfly, and I haven't found a way to fix it. I don't get that effect with Lux Render, which is why I mostly use Lux Render. But yeah, that's one thing that always fucking kills it for me. Is I will create a character, I'll do a quick render, a preview render. It's known as a spot render. Pretty much what a spot render is. Is in a 2D sense. You know how you zoomed in, you write up the walking in detail, and then you zoom out to see the whole image?
Yeah.
That's a spot render in the 2D sense. 3D sense, we can't do that. We have to render out the image to see how the finished image will look. That also relies on a lot of the advanced lights and textures. For Superfly, the lights won't show up. We have to walk by the wireframe view. Because of the 1 to see, because we don't have lights. And then 2, because the advanced textures will turn the model black until rendered out. Or gray, depending on the model and who made the texture. But that's what I would have to do, and that's one thing that always bugged me is I do a spot window of a head. It's like the neck, nice. Torso, shiny. No reason. It's like, what the fuck is causing that?
Let's see. Excuse me.
But yes, that's one thing I don't like about Superfly. I will say I will take Superfly over iRay any fucking day. iRay default window in DOS by 1920 by 1920, which is my screen resolution, that will take It's been fucking years since I did one. About 12 hours. Superfly takes roughly 15 minutes. Unless I have a lot of advanced shaders and a lot of shit that needs rendering.
Yeah.
Then
That was the only thing that bugged me with some of the work that you did. It's like, but I know that if you could have fixed it, you probably would have, because you would have probably thought the same. You probably think the same thing I do. Is like, that's not consistent.
Basically, you and Arachne are both anal, and you know that you're both anal.
hey, we're not anal. My ass is at it only. I'm a perfectionist.
I'm sorry, but when Sarah's just like, you're both anal, I'm just like, if you're anal and you know it, clap your hands.
If you're anal and you know it, clap your cheeks. If you're anal and you know it, clap your cheeks. All right, now I gotta find this damn thing. This.
I'm very glad that I am not a perfectionist like either of you are.
Why?
Well, no, you
You spent 30 minutes trying to figure out frosting on a fucking cake.
It's
Yeah.
it's different. He does food that way.
No, he was doing a pixelated
Cat-
rainbow
cat
cake.
cake.
And for 30 minutes, he was
Do
like,
a cake of any sort on as as any image, you need to shade it just right. Otherwise, it won't look like cake. It'll look like plastic.
and
Oh,
see,
why do you think they get anal on their art?
but remember, he's not anal.
I'm not a
All right.
perfectionist. I just want to do it.
All right. I think you're getting it.
I think I have to food now.
All right.
I will be back.
But yeah, that's I've been looking around for ways to fix that, but I honestly do not know what's causing the signiness. That's one thing I need to ask Joe about it, but just been mainly lazy last few days. But that's one thing that pisses me off also, is just the signiness. Because that's also why I do that's why I do the bodies how I do them. I don't do really blown out and unrealistic body types. I try to keep my bodies as realistic as possible, give or take that it's a human. You know, if I do a Drydo, I can't really make a Drydo realistic.
Yeah. I'm right back. I have to get a drink and get prepared to feed Merlin.
Alrighty.
So I gotta go get that stuff. Would you two stop messing with my phone? You two don't even use the phone. You're cats.
Maybe Aki's cats are trying to take over the world.
Maybe. Britsy's been trying to hold on to that phone the entire time she's been napping, and now they're fighting over the phone.
This amuses me.
and see what 2. Okay, 2 you can hardly notice now.
Drink. I'm gonna go get some calcium in my lizard.
3.
I'm coming.
Raven.
He doesn't hear you right now.
Yeah.
Oh, where is he?
Yeah.
I have 5 hearts with Elliot.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, he's let me in his house, and I also did another scene with him where we got drunk at a bar. Actually got to see my character walk home tipsy.
You need to calm down. Bring me down. So you need to calm down. If I drop you, you'll get hurt. If I drop you, you're gonna get hurt, so you can't squirm. You're coming down here. You don't need to get excited. Could you get your ass off his food, please?
I'll just do
There you go. I'm gonna douse the wormy worms in cow. Yeah.
9. I think 9's the winner. Hell.
All right. Ugh. I might go out in a little bit. It'll be a little bit longer, but he wants a coffee, and I want to get some. Want to get a smoothie. It'll be a little bit.
Okay, gonna steal the screen, so.
All right. Hold on. Let me get on it, and I'll let you. I'll focus on you. Okay. Would you move, please, hon? Hun.
Let me fuck up.
Hun, you don't eat worms. You're a cat.
I'm on Hangout. Let me know when you see it.
Okay, I see it.
This is set to 10, the outline, but there's this one, and that one. And this is 100% zoom, so this is not zoomed in, out. This is,
Okay, so what's the difference between what now? Sorry, Mirage's ass was in the way.
This one uphill is how it will look without the string attached.
Okay.
The downhill is how it looks with the gold outline around the string.
Okay. Okay, and we'll just kind of see what looks best when I put it up.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Up screen showing though.
All right. Honey, I know you're behind here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. You silly. Come here. Come here, Merlin. Oh. All right. Well, calm down. Calm down. I'm going to feed you.
There we go.
Just need to get myself situated here. Come on. Come on. Honey, look. It's nom nom time. Go hunting.
I love how much your lizard's wigging out.
I sent the fire on, Sky.
Alrighty. Do you need me to help you, hon? Look, here's one. Honey, turn around. Look. See? I know, I'm sorry.
Are you apologizing to a gecko?
Yeah, I moved the plate, and when he was trying to hunt the one worm, it rolled away because of the way I was holding the plate.
Goodness.
So I had to apologize because when he was getting ready to eat, I took it away from him. I know, it's kind of big, isn't it? Okay, let's see. Okay.
I'm already awake.
Bravo, it's a game. You're talking to a game.
Avo. That's what the government wants you to believe.
Well, this is me we're talking about here.
Exactly.
You're a good baby. Look, there's one more. Good baby. That's a good baby. Let's see. Okay. Where did we want it? Is that where we wanted it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's get in close and see what we think. I think I need to move it up some. All right, let's move it up a smidge. There. That looks nice.
I think so.
All right, so far, this is what we got. I'm gonna take you off the plate now, hon. Good baby.
I think it looks really good.
All right. Now it is time to work on poor William.
Goodness. You make it sound like he's dying. He'll be fine as soon as well, I guess I can't say anything. That wouldn't be a plot spoiler.
He has to fight a monster
Yes.
and deal with a bunch of people coming for Dark Folly.
Yeah. Sort of like, well, there's the Christmas season. I hope they don't eat my girlfriend. Not really two things I think go together well. Holiday and eating girlfriend. Well, I guess if you ate her in a certain way, it would go together, but...
Oh my. Where the hell? Gimme. Thank you. Okay. I might end up having to do something with his feet if I cannot get this right. And for anyone who watches this, I know this orange is absolutely awful, but this is going to be replaced with the gold that Arachne's been using.
Yes, we promise it will look better.
Yes.
Hey. We promise we're going to try to make it look better.
Right? First things first, we need to get closer to these windows, because holy shit.
But the reason for the random orange line around the outside is that anything past that line is the bleed point.
Right.
What?
I said right.
Okay. Pretty much the gray area that's around the outer edge is what won't be seen in the book cover for the paperback. So
Right.
the orange line is mainly my guide where I need to do the inner gold barrier around it. And then that orange line will be deleted because you have the gold one though.
Right.
So that
Now-
is actually why that ugly orange is though, and why she's not deleting it.
Now there is, I do have an issue with, what the hell is that? I do have an issue with measuring my stuff out right. So what I've done is I've actually, even though the bleed line's more on the outside here, I brought the gold line in a little bit. So if it's not on the edge, the outside here will look a little better. So it'll look more like an artistic choice. And why the hell is this thing this color? This is not working for me. What is this thing? What is that and why is it there? Oh no. It's not showing up. I need a smaller eraser. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. Nope, that's not it. What the shit is this thing? This is like the second one like this too. That's not showing skeleton stuff. That's not it. That's not it.
I think skeleton stuff pretty much describes most of the books.
Right?
Yeah.
I actually have to unerase that. All right. No. 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 If you're wondering what I'm doing, there's a little orange spot up here. I'm trying to figure out where the hell it came from.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Don't know where it came from.
Oh, we don't know what went either.
It doesn't say it's part of the marker. So that's the only thing I remember having orange for.
I can always fetch it when I do the gold outline.
I don't know why the hell I'm being so gentle. I'm like sitting here like, oh my god, I gotta be so careful, poor Merlin. Like, you know what? Fuck it. He'll fall on the bed and he'll be fine. Let's see, what the fuck is that?
I think he takes advantage of your gentleness sometimes.
He does. What am I gonna? I mean, me and Chris were talking about that when we were eating lunch today. You know, all these animals try to get each other into trouble, but you know, what am I supposed to do when it comes to punishing Merlin? I mean, seriously, like I can't punish him anyway.
Maybe you could look up different ways to punish your gecko.
He always looks so damn proud of himself. Okay, so whatever it is up here somewhere. Oh, it was part of it. Then why didn't it erase before? Don't knock that calcium over. No. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So now I can actually zoom out. Okay. I know I'm gonna have to put more texture and shit here, but it's actually okay. We are actually going to erase all of our palette colors because we don't need these right now. And they're in a really inconvenient place. Okay. First things we're going to do.
Trying to find a character.
Okay, so what we need to do. Okay. First off, we're gonna do this. No, we need to do this. All right. That. Do that. I think maybe, I don't know what color eyes to get in.
I don't know.
I was thinking maybe green, but I don't know if I'm overdoing green. But I don't want to do blue because I know we have a lot of people doing blue. I know we have a lot of people with red. It's like, I don't know what to pick. I don't want to pick yellow.
I know green, blue, and red seem to be the more prominent colors.
Yeah, and I know we can't do purple because only dark and his hosts have that color.
Well, what if it was, but wasn't like a dark purple? What if it was like a off light one? Like a, I don't know, like one that has some red in it or something.
All I need to do is find the mayor's underwear.
Okay, very smooth. Underwear.
Okay.
It's one of the quests in the game. Well, not technically underwear, but purple shorts or something, but it basically sounds like underwear. Like a nice way of saying underwear. especially since he's in the quest, it's like discreetly hand them to me when nobody is around.
Where the hell is he at? Where's the sketch at?
I was just saying, you're looking for the underwear too?
No, I'm trying to figure out where the hell the sketch is for this.
I don't know. I'm brushing my dog, or else I would.
Ah, found it. Where are you at? Where'd you go? There you are. Hello, my sweet.
Billion!
I mean, there's only like 6 colors you can really do. You can do different variations on those colors.
Right.
It's like we've done blue, we've done green, we've done red. Lots of red. It would be neat to see other people with purple, but that's like, how dark can we get away with before we go, nope, that's too
I
close
know
to
we can
white.
get away with certain shades of indigo.
Well, let me brush my dogs and I will look on my color thing and see what we can.
You go. I swear, Merlin's like a little kitty.
Oh, you got him with you?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I get done with my dogs. I might hijack your stream for a few seconds and show off the doggy cam.
Okay. All right, we're going to start where we always start with. We're going to start with his head. We're going to select none.
You were about the head first. And then when I get done with the dogs, I'll do a quick dog cam, and then I'll go and look at my color thing and see if we can get some good colors.
I'm going to go and lick something.
What?
I saw you for a second. I thought you were going to say that you were going to go and lick something.
No. I was gonna go look at this one color thing we have.
I'm actually surprised that no one's showing up at all.
Yeah, they usually have somebody that shows up and then leaves, but there wasn't anybody last I checked.
No, there's been nobody in chat.
Yeah, there's been nobody.
Seems like the only time we get anybody is when we do Sims. Because, Sims!
Oh, I guess I could go and individually invite people, but that'd be a pain in the ass.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here, buddy. I gotta check your face. Gotta check your face.
Okay. Oops, no. Get back here. All right, how am I going to do this? It's been a while. Okay, we don't want to do that. It's too damn small.
Come here, little girl.
There we
It won't
go.
take too long either. Since they got groomed last week.
Cool. You're a little troll.
Are you talking to Merlin?
Yes. He keeps going after Mirage's butt. And it scares the hell out of him. He's like, hey, you weren't supposed to tell him. I was gonna scare him.
Merlin, be nicer to your cat brother thing.
Especially considering the fact that your brother can beat the crap out of you.
Yeah, whatever it is. I mean, Mirage tries to act tough, but then all of a sudden, like, when Merlin like gets brave and tries to crawl up on him and stuff, Mirage freaks out like, "Oh my God, it's touching me!" All right, let's see.
This is a pretty cool program you might use instead of ZBus, Shannon.
Oh?
It's got sculptures.
What?
It's got sculptures.
Sculptures? Yeah, but are you gonna be able to put it in like DOS and shit?
Well, I mean, I could probably put it in DOS and then go sit. The road fucking cussing.
Not that kind of shit, but okay.
Hey, say what you mean what you say. You said, could you put it in DOS and sit? Yeah, I could.
Excuse me. Oh my God, sorry.
Yes, as far as I know, you can.
Ooh. Is it as good as ZBrush though?
Well, no. But I don't see you coughing up $700 fucking dollars for ZBus.
No.
Exactly.
Oh shit! Hi, Britzy. Sorry, you kind of snuck up on me, hun. Are we all doing the cuddle thing? You can lay there, hun. It's okay. I just didn't know you were there. I'm sorry. You're fine.
Did you kitty spook?
I went to lay back and I kind of elbowed Britzy in the head gently. I didn't know she was right behind me. She was trying to snuggle on top of the hand warmer. Here, I'll leave it for you.
Everybody, you're gonna have to buy more hand warmers. One for everyone, one for you.
No, I feel like that's going to be useless endeavor. Because if they had like my dogs does, no. Well, if we can give Bandit a bone. Wait until he's chewing on it, then give Bandit a bone. I'll give Joker a bone, and Bandit will literally put down his bone and go take the one from Joker.
Her bad face. Oh, snuggle. Snuggle, little geckos.
Now,
Dante has done that.
now, the only problem with this, Shannon, is that when you import the item into DOS, you're going to have to rig it.
Okay. I need to learn how to do that anyway.
Good luck. May God literally be on your side. Just do ain't it.
Never said it was going to be an easy thing to do.
Oh no, I know. You don't have to fucking tell me that. There's no tutorial for it.
No, my love.
I know it ain't gonna be easy.
Did you stop trying to pull my plug out? It's always you. It's always you doing it. Why? Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
Because she's ornery.
Raj always lays on top of my wires.
They're warm?
Let's see.
I'll be right back.
All right. All right. Let's see. God, this looks awful. What was I fucking thinking?
I don't know. Jasmine, you're gonna feel better, girl. I don't know. What are you having problems with?
Oh, I used the wrong stupid colors when I was trying to do the color code for these outlines, and now I'm kind of regretting it because I used something that was way too damn light for the skull. So I'm having a hard time seeing where the hell I'm supposed to do stuff.
I had that when I was doing the candy lines. So what I wound up doing is making the skull darker while I do the lines, and then replacing it with the color that it originally was. Which basically meant me recolor, do lines, delete the back thing, and then replace it.
There we go. Let me see your claws.
Yeah.
I know, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. This one needs to be trimmed. There we go. Can I see? Can I seize? Probably don't need him down here. Oh, sorry. I'm figuring while he's here, I'm going to clip his claws.
Hmm.
No, don't want to do that. It's too far. There we go. And whoop. And what do we got here? And
This used to actually
this is
change.
you're fine.
I don't know what's going on at this point.
There you go. Can't do you. Boop. All right. Adam Jow. Oh, let's see. Can we do it?
Let's see.
Chase After Hunt is underway.
See, we could do a mulberry. We could do a heliotrope, magenta, orchid, fuchsia. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Cerise.
Cerulean?
Cerise. Cerise.
Cerise?
Cerise, I guess. There's also the rose, which is more into the red, but not like a blood red. Raspberry.
Raspberry might work.
Of course, then the other bottom ones are the crimson and the.
Is my mom listening to Spanish music?
Of course, then those are the ones going from the purple to the reddish colors. You also have your blues and greens and yellows and.
I'm not sure if I did this skull right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Okay, let's see. Where is the
Right side, I don't have to do the freaking neck bones, or I don't have to do as many neck bones.
That's true. Come here, bubble boy. Come here, bubble boy. Hey, the bubble boy. Here we go. There's my bubble boy.
Look at the puppies, puppers.
Doggy cam, yay! This is one of the puppies. You got the puppy boo. Yay. He's just like, hey, I don't want to be here. I'm gonna put you down.
That's Dante, right?
Yeah, that was Dante. Here comes Jasmine.
I need to wash this thing.
This is my Jasmine. This is my Jasmine. Look at this little Jasmine.
They
Yeah.
remind me of my little muffin. When I was a little kid, my mom had a little cockapoo, and her name was Muffin.
It's kisses. Oh, it's kisses. Oh, the kisses. Look at all the kisses. Look at the kisses. Oh, the kisses. Yes. Yes, you go for the kisses. Yes, you do. You go for the kisses. Okay. I'll turn the camera off if I can find it. If I can find it, where's it? Come on, where are you at? Camera? There we go. Okay, you guys, you wanna go downstairs?
Here's my little baby. You can see him. You can't see him. There we go.
Yay! Yay!
My little baby.
I guess now it's Arachne's turn.
Say hello, everybody.
Marilyn!
He loves looking at himself in the camera.
Hello, Marlon.
Marilyn!
He's so cute. He is convinced that every time he comes down here, it's the Merlin show.
Or at least it should be.
He's like, no, we're on camera. I am not going to love you. He normally snuggles and kisses. Can I get a kiss?
Jasmine don't care. She'll give me kisses.
No, you're not going to kiss me back? Okay, fine. It's like, I love you, Mom, but we're on camera. No kisses on camera. Oh, he is so smart. We were discussing that earlier. I'm like, he is so smart and so slick.
Be right back.
All right.
Come on, babies. Come on, babies.
Okay, let's try this again.
And if I had a pet snake or pet spider, I'd almost always have that motherfucker on cam.
Well, that's why I have Merlin on me a lot. He's very sweet. He's my sweetie baby pie. Mom, don't embarrass me. You dingus nut, come on. Boys. Oh my god, look at him. He's like, I'm throwing up. Blech. Okay, I gotta find what layer that's on. Hold on.
He had too much to drink.
Alright, hold on. Okay, seriously, that marker layer was fucking everything up.
I don't see how it could fuck up that much stuff. That's what kind of surprised me, is it's like, it has stuff up here, it has stuff over here. It's
I was like, I fucking did. Oh. When I went to erase the inside, I must have missed those spots.
Oh, that could be it, yeah.
Okay. All right, that bottom jaw is pissing me off. Let's try one more time. This time without the thing. Because we know how fucking jaws work, don't we? You don't know how fucking jaws work.
Yeah, you stay the fuck out of the water.
What now?
You stay the fuck out of the water. That's how jaws work.
Yeah, that's how it works. Don't go swimming in the ocean. But if Embri hadn't had such a money-grubbing idiot mayor, we wouldn't have had a movie.
Why does it look like shit? So much like shit. Ah! What is with your fucking jaw? My God, William, you're like a pain in the fucking asshole. What is with your jaw? Why? Fucking why? Why do you gotta be like this, William? You got like a normal fucking name, William. Why? Why do you gotta be like this when I gave you a normal name? You didn't have a fucked up name. Gave you a normal human name, and I wasn't gonna do that to anybody.
See, you gave him a normal human name, and he has a fucked up personality. You give them a fucked up name, they have a normal personality.
I don't like the bottom jaw. This was not supposed to be this fucking difficult. Okay. Why doesn't it look right? I don't want to put it back that far. Like, holy shit. I need a fucking skull. Hold on. Where's the thing at? I know I didn't delete it yet. Where you at? 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 I know you're on here somewhere. Where did you go? Or did I? I did. I fucking deleted it already, didn't I? Well, fuck nuggets. Okay. Let's see. Just give me a skull. Aww! You're cute. Damn, Ron, I want to take a picture of him. Because this is funny. God damn it, you moved.
Hmm?
You always ruin the cute pictures I want to take of you, you little shit. You little asshole. He had his face covered and it was so cute.
Hmm.
Okay. So it does go all the way back there. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, now that I got it back far enough, I need to make it deep enough.
He does have a normal jaw. You just have to.
It's so fucking small looking.
Maybe he just has a.
It actually looks like that one was posting it with the rest of it, to me anyways. I think the problem may be the upper teeth.
That looks like shit. Why has this got to be like a pain in the asshole? Okay. Okay. Is that low enough, or do you think, yeah, his chin needs to be lower? I'm really bad at this. I can't believe how bad I am at this.
Oh, you did okay when you did Conrad's head.
I know, like, what the fuck?
Out of practice, I guess.
I must
No,
be.
it's serious. I have literally found somebody that takes jokes worse than you do. I did not know that was a thing that could happen.
I'm kind of surprised at that. Although I did find out that our
News people don't know how to pun properly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When a guy on the live news says that being loved on by a dog was the most action you've seen in a long time, they don't know how to do it right.
That wasn't even what I was referring to.
I'm aware that's not what you were referring to.
Isn't that frowned upon?
Yes. Okay, you know what? You're fucking pissing me off.
And yet not technically illegal.
Oh no, it's actually illegal in 26 different states to have sex with animals.
It's just not encouraged.
Yeah, that's why it's frowned upon, Downing.
Even
Yeah.
I'm edible, but that would be called cannibalism, and that's generally frowned on in most parts of the world.
I have to admit that was kind of a good line. The movie itself I didn't like, but that line. Especially since when he didn't even refer to it as edible. He's like, yeah, everybody in this room is eatable. Even I'm eatable. It's like, yeah. Okay, I will give them that line. I won't give them much else, but I will give them that line.
I might just have to give him a fucked up jaw. I mean, what the fuck? It's just not working for me here. Oh, so much fucking lag. Alright. No! What was I going to do?
You can always trace it with a line tool first and then art.
Yeah, I did trace it. I did trace the jawline originally. Just to be sure I had the jaw line up better, but it didn't. Alright, let's try this. Fuck it. That's the jaw you're stuck with, asshole.
Yeah.
That's the jaw you're stuck with. Because I don't fucking feel like messing with it no more.
Well, every skeleton's different, so he's different. He's got a different jaw.
He's definitely different. Okay. Okay. Luckily, we don't have a whole lot of bone to work with.
That's true.
Okay, once you get down to drawing, this program's lagging for me, but it might be because of what I have going on.
Well, I'm kind of lagged too.
Well, for me, it's only this program.
Huh. Okay, everyone's fucking gone now.
Yeah, this program is free, so I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, who liked my page? Oh. My mom went to told me put home something for dinner.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I like that one sore spot on my tongue with that sore taste bud. About healed up. Then I get another one right above it.
Yep, I know that feeling.
Oh God.
It's like you just get rid of one and it's like, nope. Hi. Hell, I've had two at one time. It's
I
like,
went through all that fucking bullshit. I'm not even gonna see the bottom part of his jaw. Alright, so that's his nose there. That's a really small fucking eye. That's probably why his head looks weird.
That could be taken in so many different directions, Shannon.
What?
She said she took 2 at once.
Oh,
No, I said I had 2 at once. Like I had 2 canker sores at one time.
boop, boop, boop. What do you got here? You got nothing here. Yeah. Let me just cut that. You sleep in the weirdest positions.
Giggity.
Oh, you know, ironically, me and Sarius found out something interesting.
What's that?
Spiders sleeping damn near the same exact fucking positions.
Huh.
Me and Kina sleeps in the same damn position. Damn near exactly the same. The only thing is that difference is the leg position.
Get out of my fucking way. Thank you.
You know, it's kind of funny. One of my friends, in one of my friends' stream, this person brought up kids, and he pretty much it was what me and you was talking about last night, Raven.
Oh,
And he's like, you should have kids. You trying to say kids is bad? I'm like, do you really want a kid running around that's a schizophrenic psychopath who's bipolar, has anger issues, constantly thinking about murdering people? Oh yeah, and he has multiple different voices in his head. Person goes, no. I'm like, then don't tell me I need to have kids, damn it.
yeah, that's kind of the thing for me too. It's like I have too many issues.
Issues, yeah.
Like, let me see, I have chemical issues, mental issues, physical issues. I don't think it's a good idea for 2 people who have serious health issues should be having kids.
You have so many issues, you're like a damn comic book stove.
Or at least a comic book in general.
What? Fuck off.
Who you do?
You know, Shannon, you said that, and that made me realize something. You totally did not hear my sister scream in here. Jeff, don't be mean to your friends.
You're always mean to me. That's why I come here.
Exactly. It's the most loving he gets. Tate.
It is a strong word, but I really, really, really don't like you. Now that it's over, I don't know what I liked about you. I fucked that up. Oh well.
You know, I've actually started using despise more than hate because not a lot of people know what despise means. So it's like, I hate you. That's mean. Okay, I despise you. Okay, that's better. What?
No, it's not.
Oh, Chris was telling me that they're trying to phase out the use of the word pedophile now.
What are they trying to replace it with?
Light.
Geppetto.
Pedosexual.
Pedo.
No.
That's what I said. I'm like, so basically you're saying that it's an actual sexuality. I mean, you know, it's still illegal.
Well, I mean, they have
Still
attack
gross.
helicopters out there, so.
Like, it's still illegal. It's basically still fucking kids.
Literally.
I mean, it's like So what is this like the next step to us making heterosexuality legal? Or I mean, it's like, as far as like LGBTQ plus, it's like, yeah, but these are adults that are consenting.
Oh my
Children
gosh.
That's kind of a gray zone because some under 18 does use the lesbian gay bi community, but we don't encourage them to claim they're part of it and all that. Just like the BDSM community, gonna get kids everywhere.
But it's like, well,
But for the most part, adults.
yeah. I mean, consenting adults. You don't have, it's not about an adult trying to manipulate a child into be like, come on, let's fuck. Come on, let's fuck. It's like children that age cannot make very good decisions.
Oh, not even that. They actually have scientifically proven that actually it literally it's damn no like hitting a kid in the head with a fucking sledgehammer. Like that's how much brain damage it can inflict on a little girl or boy. Like it can go down, legitimately make them a droning on themselves one-handed clapping retard. I don't know why my voice cracked when I said retard, but yeah, they have scientifically proven that, yeah, that's one of the side effects of it.
I mean, like a small age difference is one thing. I mean, it's like you can't say like, oh, when you're going to high school and you're like 16 years old and, oh, you happen to like that new freshman that came in. It's like, okay, so you're dating through high school and the moment you graduate, it's considered illegal. It's like, no, it's still the same difference. The thing for me is like, if you're in that relationship, then it's a relationship. It's not, hey, I'm an adult and I have a thing for little 5-year-olds who don't know any better.
That reminds me of my cousin Ellen with her like most perfect marriage ever. They are adorable. They have adorable children. They're a wonderful couple. And when she was a teenager, he was her teacher, and she stalked him. She stalked him to college. She stalked him all over.
I'll be back in a five.
She harassed him and harassed him. And eventually, after he told her, like, after she graduated, if she's still interested, then he might consider it. And that's exactly what she did. Right after she graduated, she asked him out. And they're the most amazing married couple ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was something they did it was a relationship they discussed for a long time. It wasn't like he was fucking her in the classroom and anything, right?
Right. And he honestly, from what I've heard from him, he didn't think she would keep interest. Like it was like some sort of
teacher crush.
Yeah.
You've told
Which he
this
was
story
wrong
before.
about, because if you were a family member of hers at all, she was full on stalker on him. Oh. It was definitely not just a little crush. Oh.
Oh wow. Hey Arachne.
That's what most teachers will actually tell you. Is if you find me on Facebook, I can't add you legally. I can't even add you on Facebook.
That's true.
And so we had teachers that was like, if you want to add me on Facebook, then come to me the last day of school and I'll tell you my name on there so you can find me.
Yep.
The only exception was literally since I had 2 profiles on Facebook because I had my family account and then my little account for friends and all of that, I could add her from my friend's account. Because it was HTML, the HTML website design feature, and that was mainly all me and her talked about, was different coding and programs and all of that shit through website design.
Yeah, it was pretty much PG.
Yeah. But this still doesn't change the fact, though, that in some senses it wasn't encouraged.
Okay, there we go. Now he looks sad. And his eyes don't look super fucking tiny.
Oh yeah, Arachne. You know that watching Kaon's stream guy?
Oh, he fucking annoying.
He's in a stream right now pushing that same idea.
What's
Wait,
going on now?
who's... Okay, we're not going to discuss it here. Send me the stream he's on Skype. Because he's actually in
Alright.
my friend's Ed's stream. Now, a lot of people may be wondering why I go down, I say I'm not going to name people, and then I'm like, oh, my friend Ed. You can't find Ed by searching Ed.
It feels so weird to do a skeleton from like an absolute side view. Usually it's like a 3/4 turn.
But yeah, he was the one that brought up the kids. And it's like, nope.
Where'd you go, Merlin? There you are. You realize that Merlin blends in with almost everything on my bed. He blends in with my purse. He blends in with my pillows. He blends in with the bottom side of my comforter. He blends in with my own damn skin. All right.
Why do some rattlesnakes look so fucking amazing?
Okay, I just let you know.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, let's see.
I actually think he's following. Yeah, he's following me.
He's following you. You got a stalker.
Oh,
Not the nice kind. Well, I guess most aren't.
Yeah.
no, Dante. He is following me on Discord. Not on Discord, on Gaudo.
Yeah, whenever I see this watching guy pop into one of my friends' streams, I literally let him know, hey, watch out for this guy.
Yeah, you totally know someone's a nice guy when the first thing you hear is watch out for this person.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. How am I even gonna frickin' do this? I have to also keep in mind that he doesn't have to look exactly like a skeleton either. He's a Reaper, so he can have weird looking features.
Yes. Ferris will be having his hair because Ferris will have his damn hair.
Who's Dante drawing at the moment, Havo? You know? Interesting looking character design.
Beep, 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 beep. All right. There we go. That looks a little better.
Like this kid has popped into Burn stream, 3 of my other friends' streams.
Oh, at least he's not on my stream.
Don't jinx yourself.
No, he wouldn't appear on your stream. He goes for the not safe for woke. The reason why is because he has this idea he pitched to Ed, and Ed did one image for him, and you all will probably remember me completely fucking bitching about that. He pretty much wanted to keep pushing Ed. What if you added this? What if you added this? What if you added this? What if you added this?
Didn't want to pay for it?
Ooh, Ed was like, dude, this fires 2 fucking gigs and takes 10 minutes to load. No, nothing is being added. I can remove stuff and then add stuff, but that's it.
That makes sense.
Like, this dude had no consideration.
Yeah, and it was a free image.
Oh.
But I even fucking lectured Ed about that. I told Ed, don't, I wouldn't fucking do that for ZBus. No, if I create you an image in ZBus, your ass is paying me up front full fucking price. It ain't gonna be cheap. Oh no, homie, don't play that game.
You're going to pay for someone's time and work, man. Oh, I found another reason why he looks like a fucking dipshit. I didn't do his temples.
Oh, goodness.
I keep forgetting that like these little itty bitty parts actually make the skull stand out more.
So did you not do the brow ridge, or did you not do the...
I haven't done the brow ridge and I haven't done the temple yet. And technically I haven't done his teeth yet. I haven't decided what kind of teeth to give him.
But yeah, he's, oh my god, he's super fucking annoying. Well, in Ed's stream, he's one of those that, pretty much, the best way to describe him is light.
Oh.
He is almost always talking about how shitty his life is, how unhappy he is, how he wants to draw something, but he doesn't want to update his drivers for his tablet.
Well, then why don't you just shut the hell up and stop being such a fucking wuss?
Because that'd be too easy.
Yeah, he starts off every conversation the same exact way. Oh, I'm going through this. Oh, I don't like that. Blah, blah, blah.
So he's basically a lazy, worthless piece of crap.
But pretty much, he's what most sexist people think a woman on a period is.
I should probably be clear that, we're not dissing people with mental issues. We all have some form of mental issues, different levels of ability and disability. It's not a matter of, oh, well, he's depressed or anything like that. I mean, we know what it's like to be depressed, be anxious, be paranoid. We know what it's like to feel suicidal. We know what these feelings are. We all have experienced them to some degree.
Yeah.
The difference between feelings and then being a dick.
Well, there's also a difference between trying to, if you are unhappy with something, trying to change it. But literally, like I said, it seems like, I'm trying to think of how to appropriately put this.
Well, I know that when I was a teenager, I had no way to really fix anything because no one believed there was an issue. So there is a certain level of understanding where it's like, I just can't do anything. And if, you're in a position where you really just can't do anything, it's really frustrating. So we understand that.
Yeah, but
little thing, like if he's complaining about art, but he has the stuff to make art, make art.
Well, that's what me and Havo were saying. It's literally, he wants to go down. He's like, I'm in the mood to draw something. Then he starts up the program, and it's like, okay, well, the program takes 10 minutes to start up. He doesn't want to draw now. It's too much work to wait 10 minutes for the fucking program to start up.
That's actually one reason I don't do certain things on GIMP, because it takes so damn long to open. But you know,
Heck, I
when
draw
I'm
with
really working on something, I mean, you've seen me fight with this thing all night yet last night.
Yeah.
heck when I feel like drawing, I use pencil and paper.
I can't do that anymore. My hands are fucked up.
But literally, like, he bitches about everything. Like, he started bitching because he wanted to draw, but he didn't want to wait for the program to start up. And then, you know, he drew a face. He wasn't happy with the face, so he didn't want to fix the face. I mean, he's pretty much, he's like I said, he's what sets his people think that a woman on a period is a constant nagging machine.
I think he tries to play the sympathy card to get stuff.
Like I said, we all kind of have our own level of experiencing these things. But generally, it's like, in a sense of creating, if you want to create something, the best way to do it is to create something. You know, it's not going to always be good, and that's fine. It's okay if something's not good all the time. That's the way you get better. Like, this shit, I couldn't have done this shit years ago.
I've been working in 3D for 5 years. Yes.
Yeah,
you do get better over time.
Yeah. Like I said, when I started doing digital art in, what was it? 2010, I guess it was. You know, I was using MS Paint and just doing little bullshit pieces of art because I couldn't do traditional art anymore. So, yeah, that's what I did. And it looked like shit, but it was something I wanted to try. And then I tried something else, and over time, I mean, hell, but by the end of 2010, I was using GIMP, and I was using GIMP exclusively.
Yeah, and with this person, he literally just posted on AdStream that he gave up. So pretty much, and it's like, the best way to describe it is he's
He tries to use his sympathy card to get free art, basically.
To put it. What, Avo?
I'm saying he uses the sympathy card to try to get free stuff.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and also saying we all have that time where we just get like I said, I didn't stream this last night as far as the way I would stream my other art. I didn't plan on doing a speed paint because I know how I get when I paint. I wanted more likely I wanted to write. But I was like, well, I'll do what I can as far as artwork. And I did not expect to actually want to work very long, but I ended up working all day yesterday. So it's just like sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're frustrated, sometimes you're not. It's just a matter of being able to know yourself enough to know, you can have a moment, but at some point you're going to have to find something else to do, or just go for it.
Yeah.
That's usually my best advice. Like, well, I wish I could do that. Well, do it. Oh, I can never be as good as you. Hell, look at my first story. It wasn't all that great either. You get better the more you do. You learn what works and what doesn't. So if you want to do art, if you want to write, if you want to do anything, just try. It's okay if you suck at first. You learn as you go.
Yeah. I started back drawing back in October. And now there's a noticeable difference in how I do.
With the person we're talking about, he just posted an image of what he drew. Literally, it was the outline of a face. That was it. And then he gave up. And that pretty much just screams to me that pretty much he wants free shit. So he plays the sympathy card. I can't do this. This
Oh,
is
yes. This will be delicious.
I cannot do people very well at all. Every so often I'll get lucky, but for the most part, I can't stand painting people. It's so hard. And that's why I tend to charge more money to do human characters during commission, because I know it's extremely hard. It's very stressful for me. So to put up with that, I have to charge more for that.
You'd have a pretty easy time with Azazel then.
But I mean, because I know I can't do people, I try to find other things. In fact, that's actually why I started doing skeletons. I wanted to try and get good at skeletons so I can kind of get a concept of, like, my anatomy is never going to be perfect. Screw that. But I want to be able to do art that's interesting to look at and conveys what it needs to convey, etc. And sometimes I can do it. Like when I did the cover for Kite, Lyra's a human character, and she turned out rather well. Everyone says she looks like a fat, unibrowed Mexican Indian, and that's kind of weird. I was like, but she was not supposed to be perfect. She's supposed to be chunky. She's supposed to be naturally pretty. You know, pretty in the right way. She's not trying that hard. She's supposed to be kind of a humble character. And that's what I wanted to go for that. But then, like, when I tried to do the cover for Andervelt, I just wanted to snap that kid's fucking neck on that cover. I could not paint her for the fucking life of me. So I had to use a stock photo for that. And I still feel bad that I had to do that, but I was just so angry that I could not get that character painted. And no matter what I did, it would not look good. So sometimes you just got to figure out, what are you good at and how can you slowly get better at things you want to get better at. So even though I'm not good at human beings, I do try. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
One of the bigger issues I've noticed about the 2D community, and why I really like the 3D, or the Dawson Poser 3D community. Let me specify that. Right here. But with the 2D community, everybody frowns upon using tutorials. Oh, using bases or tracing when you first start off. And I always tell people, no. Things are fun, don't upload the images like a fucking dipset, but trace if you need to, because that helps you get used to drawing the eyes.
Yes.
The face.
I actually tell people that too. It's like, if you need to trace to get the feel of it, go for it. I had to do that. I had to trace Magikarp a good 30, 40 times before I felt comfortable enough drawing it on my own. Because there are little things about it, and I had to get used to the way I move my hand. And now, when I do Magikarp, I make them longer, more like a regular koi fish. But I wanted to keep a lot of those things. So, like, okay, well, after I traced it a couple times, I knew what I wanted to do. So then I can just like, okay, bing, bang, boom. I know what it feels like to draw this. A few other things, it's like, okay, well, skulls being another example. I had to kind of trace skulls at first, and then I had to kind of do other outlines and stuff. Like for my cover of the Deer Man, I went around a skull and started learning how to do things like that. Well, now I kind of have a feeling that I can do skulls on my own if I had to. But I still use references to look at. But I feel better doing skulls. And like, when I look at this, like, okay, well, I need to put a temple in, and I need to put a mark in the cheek and the back of the head, because then it looks like something. Otherwise, it just doesn't look right. So you learn to do that. And even fan fiction. If you write fan fiction, if you're like, well, I want to be a writer, but all I write is fan fiction. Write fan fiction. You learn how to do that stuff. If you want to role play, if you want to do fan fiction, do that. You learn things as you go, and you can use those things to go to your next level. Then you learn as you go. I've learned techniques, heck, even this year. I started with one cover, and then the next, like I started with Kite start off with one technique, learned a new technique halfway through it, and finished it with a second technique. I liked that technique better, so the next one I started doing that technique. And now I do certain techniques that I didn't do at the beginning of the year that people still see as defined as my art, you know?
Yeah, well, in the 2D community, that like I was saying, that's one thing that always pisses me off. Is like the majority of the people is like, don't use tutorials and all of that, and I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that. I will straight up tell people, hey,
Everyone,
there's a fucking tutorial.
What? Serious?
Nothing. I just pressed a video and then it started noising. So I
Oh, okay. I thought it was you for like I knew it was you, but like I thought it was like you talking.
no.
Okay.
Sorry, Reki.
It's
Sorry.
fine. But yeah, on the the 3D community, the main problem though is the fucking console wars. Because I walk in Poser/DOS.
Ah! Sorry, I'm fighting with this temple.
It's fine. Since I work with Poser and DOS, I often use a base model and modify her with sliders known as mouths. And the main problem is that some Blender users and some ZBrush users is pretty much they have what I call the HUA syndrome. The head up ass syndrome. And
That's a good term.
exactly. That's why I use it. But they want to say that the images I create is not 3D out because it's not. I don't fully create the models and shit myself. When actually the definition of 3D out, my images would be classified as that.
Right.
So that's mainly the main issue with in the 3D community, and with the 2D community, a lot of people, a lot of wrong people, who tell you don't trace, don't use references, don't use tutorials, and like I said with the tracing. Yeah, don't upload it claiming that it's your own. If you trace an image, keep it to yourself. But that will help you
If
draw.
you do post something, you have to give some credit's due. A good example is there is someone on DVD, I forget who it is offhand, but she does these beautiful pencil art. It's really, really nice. And the problem is that I can't draw as cleanly as she does. But what I do is I asked her if I could paint some of them, and so I do. And then when I put them up, I say that I paint them, I put backgrounds on them, and I do, the whole 9 yards. But I still have to give her the credit for the line art. And that's what I do with my my covers as well. Where the hell is this damn thing at? Okay. But yeah, it's like I had to actually give her the credit for doing the line art. All I did was go over it before painting it. So while I made it more of something, it was still somebody else's work. I just do my best to make it my own, but I gotta say, this is where I got the line art. And even in as far as my book covers, Sarius did some line art for Poinsettia, and my pal RJ did some line work for The Taming of Coyote. Also, to be fair, I also did a new new paperback cover for Taming of Coyote, and that line art was done by another friend, so I had to give her credit for that. I added my little touches to it, but it's hers.
And then with the cover that Raven was just working on, I am actually planning on probably adding a little spider in the counter by her name somehow. But I did the code outline around the scar, the bow, the letters, and I will also be doing the golden rim around the image.
Right. And inside the book, when I actually go to publish it, and I do all my my prep work, which is basically like your copyright page and stuff like that, he will be getting credit. I will be mentioning him, and he'll have part. He would have done a lot of the important stuff in the cover as far as making the gold look good.
Yeah.
I wanted to do something, but I was unable to do it, so he offered to do it.
The reason, the meaning behind that is that she uses GIMP, and I use Clip Studio, oftentimes known as Manga Studio. The reason that we don't know if GIMP can do what I'm doing in Manga Studio, but since I took a year of Photoshop and then after that started using Manga Studio, she was talking about the gold lettering around the letters. I already knew how to do that, and I knew I could do that easily. So I was like, "Hey, well, I can do this if you want."
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm also doing work for him. Usually, since I don't make much money, I hardly make any money. I do work on a barter system with people who are willing to exchange services. And let me clarify that these are not sexual favors or anything.
no.
No, that's all art based.
Yeah, pretty much. Me and Raven already has multiple different little projects set up. She has told me that in the future she would like me to do a 3D image for one of her book covers. I am helping her with this cover, doing the gold outlining and all that. And for this cover, she is actually going to type out the background story for one of my friends' dinner's characters. So that's her end of the bargain, is typing out that story for us. And my end of the
I'll be trying to
bargain,
start that after Christmas.
yeah, my end of the bargain is doing the gold lettering. So it's kind of like an out trade.
Yeah.
Except we're more lenient on what it is. I said she's typing a story for me and dinner, and I'm doing the gold lettering for her.
And still, if you going by technicalities, writing is an art form in of itself. Obviously.
Yeah, but when you say that, most people think, pen and paper, 2D
Yeah.
and 3D.
Either that, or usually the art trade is something within the same medium
And
of
it's
itself.
not always like a direct thing. Like in a sense, like it's not like, well, you do this and I'll do this, and that's the end of it. People in the inner circle were pretty lenient about that. It's like, okay, well, I tend to use this service a lot more, but anytime you want my service, just tell me. So there is kind of a plus to being in the inner circle here, is that we do tend to do a lot more work for each other. Generally, that doesn't cost anything because our time is available to each other equally.
Yeah, that's gonna touch on two things you just brought up. One, the time period. Obviously, I do have kind of a deadline. I can't go down wait a week to do the gold lettering. When I get the PSD from Raven, I have to do the gold lettering, send it over, or this cover's never going to get done.
Yes, and I thank you for your promptness.
But now, pretty much all of my time is on the computer, either doing 3D images or playing games, so I'm not taking any time out of my own personal stuff to do that, because it takes maybe 5 minutes,
Yeah, it
if
didn't take long
that.
at all.
And with her, we literally told Raven, me and Dinner both, take your time, you wanna know us. The background story isn't that important. It can wait.
Right.
So,
And I actually, like I said, I felt really bad because it was like they gave it to me. I'm like, I can't do anything till after Christmas, at latest till after New Year's. But I do want to work on it, and I think it doesn't bother them so much because Arachne has experience with how I work in a team, and
yes,
that kind of work is that sort of teamwork is valuable in something that doesn't technically belong to me.
which, about the team arc, you can actually hear about that, which you should have, unless you're skipping around, which then bad on you. But we actually discussed the team arc aspect of it at the beginning of this live stream, and for the people watching this on YouTube after this live stream ends, the beginning of the video. That was one of the things we talked about in the intro before she started painting, was mainly talking about her book series and the team arc and how the team arc goes and all of that. It's the same, that team arc is the same spread out through the whole thing. Not just who books and all that, but about damn near any project we do.
Right. And that's something
So,
that each of us has something that the rest of us are not good in. I think, Arachne has the most experience with 3D. I have this painty style. Sirius has a very specific style, or a very small specific set of styles that are very uniquely his, and sometimes that's just what we need for certain things.
And I haven't really found myself yet.
And Shannon's still finding herself, but I think Shannon is still very creative. Like I said, even though I'm editing the stories that she's writing and trying to make all the writing uniform, the story is still hers.
Shannon is good at research.
Yeah, she's good at research too.
I think that's her specialty. But pretty much, the only, right now, that would be her specialty, because, that's mainly what she likes to do a lot, and she's still kind of finding herself within the writing and 3D and all of that.
Her debut novel is going to be like mine at some point. No matter how much work she puts into it, no matter how good it turns out, she may go down the line learning things as she goes, then look back at her debut novel and absolutely hate it. Now, it can go one of two ways. If she publishes a book in the Revenant series, she'll have me there to pretty much hold her hand. I didn't have that when it was my turn, So she has the benefit of having someone to hold her hand for her. Well, she also
or at least point in the right direction, like, okay, don't do that.
But now if she's not going to be doing that book first, she's going to be doing another one of her books first, then while I still have offered my editing services, she's a little bit more on her own there. So granted, the more she learns as she goes and finds out what works and what doesn't work for her, like I said, she might go look back on me like, ooh, God, it's my cringiest piece. There might be nothing really wrong with it, but you can usually tell
when it's there first. You can tell
right.
And as far, I do hope this much. Like, on the one hand, I probably will have, at least one book where I'm just like, this is not my favorite book. But at the same time, I certainly hope I don't have it quite as badly as you do with yours.
You will.
I hope I can at least tolerate my first book. Be like,
nope, not gonna happen.
Arachne.
Once you get better, you will hate your older stuff. Believe me. I look back at the first few images I did in 3D, I want to fucking shoot myself.
I look back at a lot of my older work and be like, oh, why can't I do that?
No, you can't overcome that. Everybody.
Now, to be
like I said, I hope I can tolerate. I never said I would like it.
Yeah, to be fair, my debut novel is not awful. The problem I have, the reason why I have so much disdain for it is, yeah, it's a little cringy, but, you know, it was my first novel. I learned a lot from it.
Oh,
But
and
the reason
also,
I have such disdain for it is because I've read the book so many damn times and put so much time and money and effort into it that
it's,
I resent it in a way.
that's why I was going to. That's what I was going to bring up. Actually, that's what I was going to bring up. Is
Yeah.
mainly your hate for it. It's not that it's bad, but just because you read it like 4 times to the group,
Right,
and numerous times before that
right.
started kind of the Raven reads, is you was like, fuck it, I'm going to read it once more, and then murder anybody else that fucking asked me to.
So yeah, I was like, I want to hear it. Well, here's
Here
I
you go.
never read
Ew,
it
it's on
again.
YouTube. YouTube is broken. Well, you can go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Like, I'll send you the copy here.
But the second thing I was wanting to touch on is that's kind of one of the downside, but one of the upside about the inner group is once everybody finds out your specialty, they go instantly to you if they need something. If people need 3D images, they come to me. They need sprite work, they go to Sarius. They need something written, they go to Raven. They
And
need
I'm just like,
they need
that's
something
just here.
researched, they tend to go to Sana.
Yeah, and collectively we become quite interesting. Like I said, like the Revenant series is probably going to be our largest thing together because it's something that we have all collectively put into. You know, there's Shannon's ideas. There's a lot of the characters that belong to other, the other people in the group that we've kind of done shout outs to. Saris is probably going to end up making more damn icons for me at some point.
I actually have one art piece I really do need to work on that I was gonna do for you involving one of your characters or something.
Me or
Forgot
him?
his name. I have to look for that.
You, I'm assuming.
Me?
You, I'm assuming, yes.
I actually thought about maybe. I actually thought about Sarius doing another poem for this one, actually.
I was actually thinking about that too, involving one of my books, but I need to write the book
To
first.
be clear, Sarius has done poetry before, and I've published his poetry in my book before. Poinsettia, he actually did the poem in the beginning of the book. I didn't know how to fix the thing, the way it was formatted, and it was getting on my nerves, and I couldn't have so many blank pages, and I couldn't get the pages to go away. So I'm just like, Sarius, write me a damn poem about poinsettias. And he did. And the poem got published in it. And I remember him saying, I didn't think it was that good, but then I heard you read it, and wow.
Well, to be fair, we may not have to ask Saris. We could have Arachne do it. I mean, he did win Poet of the Year twice.
Well, yeah. And like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not quite sure what I want to do just yet. But yeah, I was thinking about having a poem in there because I thought it would fit. I mean, hell, like I said, the last actual holiday one I did was Poinsettia, and it just felt nice to have that poem in there. I'm kind of thinking, this is another holiday piece. Maybe I can get something else. So it may be Sarius, it may be Arachne. I don't know. But I wanted to kind of fit. I wanted it to be a holiday piece, but I kind of wanted to fit the specific holiday in question, which is Dark Folly, which is similar to Christmas, but it has a whole different meaning. Like there's no Christ. There is no Jesus Christ in the world of Embri. The religions pretty much surround the characters of light and dark. There are some places in the world that see like revenants as spirits or minor gods over time. So it just kind of depends.
It depends on the country, the continent, this
Timeline.
Yeah, if I wrote a poem for your Silent Night, it would definitely have to be a fresh one instead of an old one, especially since the closest to a holiday poem I have that's not in a book is Angel in the Snow. And not only is that non-holiday-ish, it is horribly depressing. mean, it's the most amazing thing I have on the
Okay,
internet.
you're gonna need to link that. I want to read that.
Horribly depressing.
If you remember, when I actually named one of my novels after that, and I was going to use it in there, and the novel was going to be just as depressing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is horribly depressing. Angel in the Snow is the only poem that could also be described as a prose or as a song. It's sort of like it doesn't fit anything. It's a weirdo, and it took years. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah, when he said I was able to use it, he only had like the first part of it.
Yes, and then I created the second part at some point, and Aki's like, this fits too. And yeah.
And if your ass is on the mouse, I can't move it.
I have the poem again. I could read it if anyone wants, but I doubt they do.
Quite quickly, I do not think so, Havo. That's not how he wrote. He doesn't have a
I know.
PayPal, so he pays through Steam games. So
And Sandman 2006 knows how he is.
yeah. Vote. What? Voting?
All right.
Yeah,
Well, he looks like he has a knot on the top of his head.
This does not look right.
what
First
does
of all, the colors are swapped.
no?
You want to smooth out this guy's head.
I'm talking about my own work, not yours, Raven.
I know. When you said something about color, I'm like, no, okay, I know. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to smooth out his skull here because he looked like he had a knot on top of his head, and we don't want that. I know that Reapers have a little more leeway on how they appear, but I didn't want him looking like some damn Triceratops Klingon bastard child.
Oh, I wish I'd have seen that. That would have been kind of funny.
It was just a small knot. And I was like, I could put like one of these Triceratops looking fucking shields, crest things on him. I'm like, fuck that, no. This guy has to look a little more normal because that's how the idea kind of came to me. Of course, then again, in the dream, it was all about vampires. But I didn't want to write no vampire story like that because that was kind of a dumb idea. So as I was waking up, I'm like, oh, the Revenant story would make more sense. And it would actually go for the original idea, which would have been a psychological story or a psychological drama or something like that. But
Yeah.
and now they vary. Oh, God, that feels weird. Okay.
I don't really know where we would be going with I Know With Sorrow because I know that one's going to be a really freaking.
I tend to consider the Revenants of Embri altogether as a psychological, dramatic, dark fantasy.
It's quite the mouthful, but each story is more towards one genre or the other.
Story goes. Like I don't really consider Innocence to ouch! Holy hell, that hurt. I don't really consider Innocence to be that psychological, but I do consider it to be a dark fantasy, but it does set up a lot of things in the world that we address later in other books.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
I know me and Red has even talked about stuff like that before. Like, if you're going to have the books connect without them being the same person, they should at least be able to stand on their own while still connecting to the...
Right. And that's actually the best thing about most of the books in the Revenants of Embri. Currently, even though they all have kind of different feels to them, different styles, there's a lot of different things we're going to be doing. And they have a similar theme, and now they're in a similar world, but you don't have to read them in order. In fact, we're not writing them in order.
Right. The only exception to that, I think, is your one sub-branch with the Royal...
There are two sub-series called Royal Blood and Regal Standing, and they are written in chronological order as best as possible. But as for the main series, they are
whichever you pick up first.
Not in any order. We just write them as we come up with them. So there is no particular order to read them. So you can just enjoy it and learn as you go, as they come out. Now, the more we publish, we are going to have a section on the website that puts them in chronological order if you later on wanted to read them in that order. If you're like, well,
Yeah.
I want to read it in a linear order. Okay, well, here's the chronological order of how they go. But if you really don't care, I mean, we don't care, you know, and just wanted to read them, you can read them in any order. You just have to kind of keep the timeline in mind as you're reading. But they pretty much kind of,
That's what I was trying to do.
yeah, they're just gonna they're gonna be their own stories, and you can kind of gather at what time it takes place. And early on, even if you can't, we do explain it. The more stories you go into, like in a sense, it's mentioned that there's a king, there's a Revenant king, but no, not everyone knows who that is. So Roland isn't entirely sure who it is. He just knows that there's a king. So he knows very little about his own monarchy. And he says
And
that
a lot of them are like that.
yeah, there are a handful of Revenants that they know they have a king. They just don't know much about him.
Mhm.
And others are more educated in that. It depends on the timeline and the situation to figure out who and why and all that stuff. But we actually do have a list of all the kings that are probably going to be featured in some way. Well, kings and queens. So we went through that already, and we gave them symbols and everything they needed. We were talking about where they would be from, what their capitals would be, etc.
Yeah, and this is mostly for us to keep us in mind of, okay, when does this take place? Who
Right.
is the ruler of this point?
And it was actually really important to have these kings and queens in order so that, one, we would know who to use depending on the timeline, but also the entire idea came about because in Brothers, which is Shannon's story,
One of
she
them, anyway.
has one of the Revenant students trying to recite the known kings and queens of the past.
Which I will have to redo anyway because
Right, because now
A,
we have so
I
many
made them younger, and B, we have since changed the
right. Which is
thing.
actually why I'm not too worried about Brothers the way it is, because we've changed so much that it has to be changed anyway.
Yeah, I mean the story as a whole is staying the same. It's
Yeah,
just
the general plot, but I mean like little things like that, like okay, we'll recite the kings of the past. You know, it's like, well, now we have more than 14 now.
yeah.
Oh, was it 7 or 14 originally?
I think originally it was 14 because you said I don't know about 14 or 15. I was like, okay, screw it. I'll just go with
Yeah,
14.
and now there are a few more. I don't remember how many off the top of my head, but it's not that many more. I think there's like 18 now.
Actually, I have my notes. Let me. Actually, I don't know if I updated. Did I update my notes? I better check and see if I did.
How the fuck did I even write this?
That's probably what a lot of people ask after they write something. It's like, wait, what? How did I what?
I know I do that. I mean, hell, now that I'm actually editing Akhenaten's Gates and I'm hearing it read back to me in my own voice, I'm like, geez.
Hell, you had that one day where you were like, you told us where you were basically jealous of yourself. You're like, I wish I could write this book like this. Like, oh wait, I did.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. All right. What color eyes do we pick? I don't
Wasn't
know.
it like Hang on, I still have my color thing.
I know
I
it was
know
like
we were going through the purples and reds. It was like somewhere
magenta.
between orchid, fuchsia,
Oh, I know we can't do orchid because it's too close to lavender, and lavender is Paris's color.
right. There was that
Oh yeah, it was raspberry. That's what it was.
raspberry.
I wanted to do
Okay,
raspberry.
there we go. I knew it was
I
somewhere
wanted
along
to-
those lines.
I thought that felt like a good holiday color, a nice mulberry raspberry color.
Well, mulberry's actually up. Mulberry's actually right after purple. That's a bit darker than that.
This color works. I need to figure out how big his damn
Raspberry.
eyes are.
Raspberry's good though. You kind of have a reddish color, but not like the standard blood red
Yeah,
thing. That yeah.
that's a nice color. I need to make it look more glowy.
I kind of like that.
Oh, Havo, he was that same way with Ed, by the way.
Oh, I figured. Like I said, I warn every friend that heat comes in the stream.
I've been trying to, but I don't know who he's popped into, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Do you realize that the only one I have where there's no eye color is the Deer Man?
Yeah, but that's set up a little different.
Oh my god, I was actually trying to design Cappy's mom. She looks so badass in my mind. I picture her as having really long, stringy red hair, having an alligator skull, and she's like uses a bow and arrow.
Wow.
So if it wasn't clear, I decided that she would be a reaper, and that's why Cappy kind of sits out and waits for her so much.
And for the record, no, I don't have the updated version because I don't know.
Okay, no problem. All right, let's see. Anybody in here? Nope, nobody in here. Anybody here? Nope, nobody's in there. All right. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Let's see. I might have to change the shape of it. That looks awful. That's not quite what I wanted to do. Yeah, the Revenants don't actually blink their eye sockets. Like, so it's not like Undertale or anything like that. But they can blink, but the blink is mostly seen in their eye color. When they blink, their eye glows disappear.
Basically, it'll look like if they're blinking, it basically looks like their eyes are on the fritz because it like rapidly on off.
Right. All their bodily functions are the same color. We call it soul color, but it's not really technically what it is. But that's kind of like the lay term for it. Even in the quote unquote Embri encyclopedia that we're trying to get together, it describes it as soul color as the lay term. But it really doesn't matter what color it is. The only thing that matters is that purple, nobody really has purple eyes except for the king or queen. Whoever's the host of dark has purple eyes, which is generally the king or queen, depending on the gender. And the colors can be random or they could be passed down, but you can see it in their eyes as they're going. If they're born, you'll see a coating, kind of like when you saw the cover of Brothers, there was a blue coating over the little skeleton baby. Well, that's the birth cap. Like a shield of energy covers them up so that they're protected. Because newborns don't have kneecaps, among other things. So, and they have holes in their skulls because they have soft spots. So,
yeah, just like any other baby. Except
right.
just
So to
draw the skin
protect
off.
them, they have belly areas that you can kind of see through, but they show up as the color. They're padding around their legs until they get their kneecaps, their head caps, their eyes, their tongues, their genital and bodily fluids, as the case may be later on. It all depends. And that'll be explained more in the story too. So just because they look like skeletons doesn't mean they're literally fucking skeletons. They actually do have a certain living quality. Like they're not alive, but they're alive. It'll make more sense as it goes. The characters actually do tend to explain this in different degrees throughout. Throughout the series, and there's different things to keep in mind for different types. There's also a hierarchy. Like William here, he's going to be a Reaper, so he's actually considered pretty high ranked. He's high tier. The actual hierarchy is you have your king or queen, which is basically anyone that hosts dark. You have the nobles, which are the two bodyguards. You have the mage, who is the person who's wise, and you have the soldier or the warrior, and that tends to be the person in charge of
Military, whatever, if they need it.
But the three of them are connected. So the nobles and the royalty are kind of hand in hand. But the nobles are just below royalty. But they're only just barely below them. Because they are pretty much considered like gods, but not quite as supreme. The Reapers are kind of more like demigods. The Reapers are the ones in charge of collecting souls and kind of being like the magistrate of their areas. They have certain amounts of power that the others don't. Like as far as like lower tiers, they can turn other people into revenants. They can make certain decisions about certain areas. It's very interesting. It's complex, but then everything under them is pretty much social rank. So it just depends on the area and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's royalty, nobles, reapers, everyone else.
Pretty much else. Pretty much. And then as far as everyone else, if there's any ranking after that, that's decided among themselves.
Correct. Some may have ranking due to blessings. Like there are some individuals that get extra blessings, and they're not reapers, but they're still considered of higher rank than the regulars. But those are generally explained in those particular stories and so forth, because they're special cases.
Yeah.
But the reapers are kind of like knights, when a Revenant is knighted, they become a Reaper, unless they get other blessings. Like I said, it's kind of explained for each case. But the knights are basically the Reapers because they're in charge of the different areas. But like in some cases, if someone can't be a Reaper, but they're still favored very highly, they may still be knighted, but given a different duty. So they're still under the Reapers, or they may be equal to Reapers, but they don't do the same duties.
Right.
Funny enough, the only reason I wanted my character Ferris as a Reaper was mainly because I wanted him to have hair. He needed hair because he already had a skeletal form before there was made a Revenant version of him, and that skeletal form had hair because it was based off a lot
Of a pre-existing character, so
no.
Right. Now that's the thing also is
That's not why, Shannon. That is not why. It's because that part of him is based off of Spanish art with skeletons. A lot of that art has skeletons with hair intact.
in the world of Embri, Reapers can customize their forms. They don't get to do it too often. Like once they pick, they're pretty much stuck there unless they can get a blessing to do a rechange. But generally, when they're knighted, they get to choose the forms they want. So they may have animal skulls. They may have, tails. They can kind of decide what they want to look like within a certain degree. In the case of Ferris, yes, he has hair.
I'm
But-
gonna go hang out with my friend. I'll be back later tonight.
sure.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah.
No, I was saying that the one in the Revenant series has hair, partly due to the fact that he was based on a pre-existing character, because you already had him.
Yes,
In
but
your-
I'm saying the reason why the hair stayed along and why it was important to me was not just because the other one had hair, because that would be the stupidest reason ever.
And surprisingly, hair is not common. It's still considered uncommon. And Ferris's hair, we said that was his real hair?
Yes.
Okay, so that was like an actual decision when he became a Reaper to keep the hair.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
like, I may be dead, but I still want my hair. I want to keep my hair.
Now, not saying that only Reapers have hair. In fact, in Silent Night here, there is a character who is a Revenant who is not a Reaper. He's just a taxi driver. His name is Roscoe. He actually has a wig, and that's actually something they do. If they want hair, they just go get wigs. If they want, they can, what's the word? I guess ornament. They can put stuff on their bodies, like they can have things carved into their bones, so long as it's not breaking anything. As far as like, they need their rib cage as much intact as possible. But they can have things carved onto their bones. They can have things painted on their bones. Kind of like, yeah, excuse me, like Julio, he has a permanent sugar skull style. He has the sugar skull markings permanently on his face. But that's
You also have the
but he's a Reaper, so he got that. But like, if you like saw like a random warrior Revenant and he wanted to have like images carved into his bones, he could do that. That would really fucking hurt, I bet.
Sure.
And then you have other characters that, cover themselves in jewels, whether it's just jewelry covering them, or they can have it implanted. Like Nicodemus was one of the kings, and he had a large opal put into his rib cage, like it was implanted there, so it became a part of him. Pretty much a lot of things that are put on the body become part of the body to some extent. Arceus does not have a bottom jaw, so he has a prosthetic bottom jaw, but it's still considered part of him. The only really thing to worry about is the rib cage area. And that does not include reapers, nobles, and kings, because they don't die that way. But yeah, like Roscoe has a wig of dreadlocks. I don't know why. I just see him as very Jamaican style kind of character. So I see him with like the beanie and the long brown dreads.
Goodness.
It just
Okay,
felt like the right character. So like it's not like something racist or anything. It's like, oh, you have that Jamaican with the dreads driving a taxi. It's like it just felt like,
How is that racist?
I don't know, but I know someone's gonna say it is. But it's like,
Well, that's because there are lots of people who are idiots.
but it's like I like this character. I saw that.
Okay, I'll say this. I'm a black guy, and I am officially saying that it's not racist.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not racist for people to have a beanie or dreadlocks. Doesn't matter what color they are allowed to have that fucking hair. So, or the hat.
And they're allowed to have Jamaican accents because it's awesome. I don't know why. I just seen him with a Jamaican accent. It's like, great. I have Grimm's cousin, but no. In the dream, Roscoe was actually in the initial dream I had for this story, and he was the taxi driver, and that was his style. He was a skeleton with dreadlocks and a beanie, and he had that Jamaican accent. And I liked the character because he was an interesting character. And I'm like, I'm going to add him in. So yeah, and the only thing he didn't have was a name, so I decided to call him Roscoe. I don't know why, just it fit. And I imagine if he was a human being, he'd probably be like a black guy. like not like really, really dark, kind of like more like a nice cocoa color.
If we're going for chocolate skin tones, I like milk chocolate or dark chocolate.
Yeah, it's not like it wouldn't be like really, really dark, but it wouldn't be really, really light either. It'd be a nice mix, you know. So he's kind of like not real dark, not real light, but I guess you I guess you would imagine most stereotypical Jamaicans, I guess. But that I was saying, if he was a human being, I would see him as like that. But he's a skeleton, so that's the thing about skeletons is you don't necessarily know what their quote unquote human race would be. And there are other races. There are people who would be kind of the Embri equivalent of black, of Arab, of white, of Latino, Hispanic. So you'll have a lot of those same things, but in the Revenant form, you don't know. They're all the same. They don't judge each other by race. Depending on where you are, they do judge each other based on their origins. Because some are born and some are made.
I know, because Jasper has a major beef with freaking.
Jasper's a dick. He has a beef with everyone.
Yeah, Jasper was made. After his death, he was resurrected as a Revenant, and he does not like Revenants that are born because he feels that Revenants should be a certain way. Now, technically,
He'll make an exception due to the fact that the royals kind of have to be, but even then, he tends to favor the ones that were in charge when he was resurrected over the current one, which, yeah, that's gonna bite him in the ass.
Yeah.
But
the original Revenants were all born. They could sexually reproduce amongst themselves. And it wasn't until much later that human beings were at a stage in their development, creating civilization, that they were able to be resurrected as Revenants. So originally it was the ones that were resurrected that were seen as less than. And as time went by, some areas see the resurrected ones as less. Some see the ones that are born as less. It really doesn't freaking matter because according to Dark, he don't care.
as long as you behave yourself and yeah.
In fact, it's like Shannon said, the nobles and the royalty are always born. They're never resurrected. They're always born. But But as far as like the Reapers, it's very common in our story so far. Most Reapers are resurrected. Not saying they have to be that way. They can be born too.
Just seems to be.
It just seems like currently that seems to be what we keep falling back on. It's like, oh, they're resurrected. But yeah, so yeah, if it comes down the line that that, you know, if we have a fandom or something, yes, Reapers can be born Revenants, but they would not be born Reapers. They would still have to be knighted.
Yeah, they'd have to earn their status, but they don't have to be resurrected for that.
They don't have to be resurrected to become Reapers.
If we ever get a fandom, I'm going to say this to them: if you ever start fanning over Ferris and want to try to hook him up with someone, it would be unrealistic to ever put him in any sort of sexual relationship ever. It would be hard enough just to get him into a romantic relationship, but he's asexual in general, so if he ever is in a romantic relationship, it would never be sexual, ever. And it would
I'm a little more open. Yeah, Paris is actually asexual, but I could totally get behind people in the fandom like, oh, well, we're gonna pair Paris and Roman, or we're gonna pair Paris and Rune, or if you paired Paris with anybody, I wouldn't get upset. It wouldn't be canon because, you know, that's the fandom for you.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested in seeing that. Like, I'd be interested in the fandom, seeing what they create as far as fan fiction, fan art, ships. You know, that would be interesting to me. In fact, that's actually something I do encourage. I know, like, some people are like, oh, well, I bet they don't like the fandom. It's like, nah, man, go for it. If you want to do fan fiction when it comes out and you're a big fan, you can do fan fiction, fan art. You can do shipping. You know, hey, just, you know, I'd love to see that. If you do cosplay, dude, if you all do cosplay, you all need to take pictures and send them to me.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, I'll say this. If someone manages to, in character, write a fan fiction of Ferris in a sexual relationship with someone, then I'll give in and say he could become sexually active maybe with someone one day.
So yeah, so like as me personally, you know,
I'm more on the I for the most part don't care. I don't normally ship too often unless it's something I really think is cute.
I ship sometimes. It depends on the fandom. It's like that.
Yeah.
Like I know I'm part of the Steven Universe fandom, but I don't really ship anybody. I mean, really the only ship I have is Ruby Sapphire, and that's Garnet, so
The other thing, well, that's because that is technically canon.
I know it's canon, but they're just so freaking adorable.
Oh, I know they are. If I had to ship anyone that isn't canon, it probably would be Lapis and Peridot, because they are kind of interesting together, but I still don't technically do it. But if I had to pick anyone to ship, it would be them. But that's just because I think they look kind of cute.
I don't feel as attached to the Steven Universe ships as much as other people do. But like I said, I mean, the only real ship I have is one that's canon because it's just adorable as all hell.
I know it.
I think that Ruby and Sapphire are so adorable because it is based off an actual realistic version of what a good married couple is like, and how they didn't just instantly fall in love. It took a lot of work.
Yeah, I know that the time seems short, and that was originally an issue with me. But then I realized, you know, maybe, you know, when they're doing the song in the answer, it's supposed to signify they've been there a while trying to figure themselves out.
I think that's what it signifies, since songs are usually a really easy way to cover a lot of time in a small amount of time.
Montage!
Originally I was just like, I don't know if they'd be that close that fast. That's just weird. But then, you know,
a musical montage of them doing shit like running around going, hey, look at this frog. Hey, look at this bug.
Yeah, and when I got to singing about it like that, I'm like, well, okay. I was like, well, if that's supposed to signify time passing, then yeah, it would make more sense because apparently they don't know too much about each other. So, but I like how since you find out about them that they're showing up more and more in the flashbacks too. Like I know, like one of the newer episodes. I'm not going to spoil a whole bunch because but in the newest episode, I think it was like the final one earlier this month. Garnet unfused to show Steven how to do it and to make quote unquote Rose feel comfortable. And it was adorable. I was like, that's something I actually want to see more of. I would actually like to see more of Ruby and Sapphire separately interacting with Steven, both in present and in the past, because I think they both have very interesting personalities that are different from one another. And seeing Garnet is one thing, but seeing Ruby and Sapphire separately trying to do this feels interesting. Like that was probably the weirdest thing for me in Keystone Motel is when the two are fighting and they're trying to still have some sort of connection to Steven. And it's like, I'd like to see, he's still trying to get to know them, to get comfortable with them because it was still kind of new to him. But I would like to see more of him like as a young child or a baby with that. But then again, it probably isn't going to happen because Steven freaked the fuck out because he didn't recognize Sapphire or Ruby. He recognized Garnet. So he got freaked out because where the fuck's Garnet? But,
Yeah, I'll hold my comments on this show.
Well, that
you don't have to like it. It's okay.
well that and when we first find out about them being fusion, Steven was like, okay, okay. It's like he was trying to figure it out too. It's like this is not a thing he knew about.
I actually enjoyed it. It was interesting. But no, it's not for everybody. So,
well, it's not the show itself.
You have a problem with the fandom?
Yep.
Oh,
well,
come
I'm
on.
not surprised.
It's okay. It's all right.
We like Steven Universe, and I'm pretty sure we don't like the fandom. Like,
yeah, I get agitated with the fandom too.
Steven Universe fandom who tried to get a girl to commit suicide because she drew a picture of Rose being thinner than they later found out she is. But that picture
and they don't want anyone.
It was a big
nobody ever is allowed to cosplay Garnet. Because no, if you cosplay Garnet, then you're wearing blackface. You're racist. I'm like, technically, she's not black. I mean, yeah, the actress playing her is black, and yes, she has a lot of black influences, but technically, she's maroon.
Yeah, she's maroon.
Technically, she's two people. So,
yeah,
that's still bullcrap. No, I think what really pissed me off the most involving the fandom, it does actually have to do with the girl that they basically almost got to commit suicide, because even the creator was like, okay, I'm cool with this, but no, then the fans got bitchy at the person who created.
Yeah, they were like bullying the creators, like, why would you let them do that? They turned Steven Universe into a social justice warrior battleground. That takes some of the fun out of it, because basically, if you're not a social justice warrior and you're not pro-lesbian, then you're not allowed to be part of this fandom. It's like, why do you get to choose who can and can't be a part of this fandom?
Honestly,
you know what? Maybe I just enjoy it, and maybe I don't think of them as, ooh, look, a bunch of lesbians, when the entire fucking race is all female.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not even human. They're
not human beings.
And they only look female and use female pronouns. They don't have any junk. Some look like they have junk, some don't. Like, Jasper's awesome, and she is a lady, but at the same time, she's still just as genderless as all the other ones. And everyone who likes to go, no, Jasper's a guy because she's too masculine to be a...
I was going to say,
Jasper was kind of masculine for me at first. I'm like, but then I remembered it was specifically stated there will be absolutely no male gems ever in the series. because
Which I kind of dislike.
I'm not crazy about that either, but at the same time, they're genderless as is.
It makes sense to me since these are supposed to be basically base forms, and if you think about an embryo before it can take any actual gender, it starts forming
starts out female.
default
Mhm.
female.
But they said they did that not because they were being sexist or anything, but they said that it would add to the idea that Stephen is unique. And if we had a bunch of males, it wouldn't feel as though Stephen was as unique.
Cop out.
It is, but it's like, okay, I understand. I feel it, okay. But yeah, it's just like it becomes like a social justice warrior battle, and it's like, hey, how about we just watch a fucking cartoon about fucking living rocks and enjoy the fucking story about living fucking rocks trying to take over the world?
Or
Well, it's
rather,
because of
trying
how
to
they did
protect
the
the
show,
world
that's
from
what they
other freaking
attracted.
living rocks that are trying to take it over.
Like, we don't need to make this a big fucking deal. Oh my god, there's a lesbian relationship. Any relationship between the gems is a lesbian relationship.
There's no guys. It's on the one hand, I understand why they did it, but at the same time, I do wish there were at least a few guys. They could be the minority, but I wish.
Well, I know that when we were getting ready to do a role play, which we never ended up doing, that we were going to.
Or at least, or at least just make a nod.
Yeah, well, I know that when we were getting ready to do a role play, we had thought about doing some that represented as male, but yeah, they were genderless. So we just wanted them to kind of look like that way because of the gens we picked. I think I picked turquoise, and I wanted to have like this Native American cowboy looking guy, because that's what I remember for turquoise is,
Mm-hmm.
Native American jewelry and cowboys.
Honestly, I did mine as male simply because he was supposed to be weird, and that's sort of like the thing with that. And I wasn't making him weird so he would specifically be unique, but because being weird fit his stone, I believed.
Yeah.
And because he is the angel.
That's kind of the thing, is like they've established that the gems are pretty much an all visibly female race. Now I say visibly female because obviously, they don't have junk unless they create it. Because, Rose.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I don't see the point in all the fighting. That's kind of one thing I wanted to keep an eye on for anything I did that might have gotten popular. Because I know that there are people who were still in the Harry Potter fandom before the movies were a big thing, or part of it, because the books are still coming out. But like, yeah, there are people who are really into those fandoms. It's like, so if anything I did ever became something that actually grew a fandom, I would like to see that fandom. I would like to communicate with that fandom. And and they're gonna be like, oh, there's gonna be a cancer in the fandom. Well, every fandom's like that. You're gonna have people who are assholes in every fandom. And even if I don't like something, it's like, that's what they want to do with it. It's their imagination. They're not, they're not going to be like, oh, well, I got the sequel to it. It's like, no, it's just their own little imagination. If they want to do it, that's what they want to do. If you don't like it, then you don't have to worry about it.
Well, I also think the show kind of attracted that vibe based on how they did it.
Actually, they didn't really attract it themselves. It's just those people went to it because the show had diversity, and they thought, oh, diversity, that's ours now, when that's not how it works.
I know people got really extra, crazy, spazzy happy when Rebecca Sugar came out as pansexual. I think it was pansexual.
Yes, it's pansexual.
It's pansexual? Okay. And it's like, oh my God. It's like, so? Well, that means a whole lot more. It's a whole lot more special. Okay, I didn't know who she fucked was that important, but okay. I thought it was a story she made up with a kid that reminded her of her brother. Oh my God, it's all about lesbian rights. And it's like, I know they have nods to abusive relationships and other social issues, but it's still just a cartoon, people.
Yeah, the only nod I know of as far as abusive relationship was the one involving Jasper and Lapis, and holy
That
crap.
was actually, I kind of felt so on that. Like, I liked how they handled the abusive relationship aspect of it, but the majority of the episode was kind of boring. But there at the end, when they started addressing that, I was like, oh, that's actually interesting, because it was very, very recognizable, very easy to recognize. I was like, okay, I get it. Not bad. But the rest of the episode was just so damn boring.
It's okay. Oh,
Yeah, like I
not to
said.
change subject, but does this cover look okay? I'm kind of using the watermark version, so it's gonna look a little funny.
Let me see.
And I still have to mess with the font a little bit.
What's the title say? I can't read it.
Oh, it's Renard. Hang on. Oh,
The only reason I can't see is because it's these things. Okay, Renard. Okay, what's that about?
your
Someone
fox.
named Bernard.
Huh?
It's.
I know what it is, but what's the story about?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I know there's the. I know it's about the fox, and I haven't found everything yet.
Okay. But yeah, I'll try to look on my hard drive if I can find the damn thing, and if I can find the actual image, which I know is bigger than that, I'll go ahead and let you use it if you want to use it.
Yay!
Like I said, but all I can really say is don't forget to just
Oh
credit.
yeah. Oh yeah. Holy crap! Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to use it as a cover, that's fine. Like I said, just credit.
Oh my duh.
Yeah.
It's like I know I didn't make this, but as the cover goes so far, is this?
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
stuff like.
fine.
I don't
I'm actually
know.
surprised you like that one. I mean, that's an example of one of those. Yeah, this is something I did several years ago when I did a certain style. Now I don't quite do the same style anymore. So it's outdated, but at the same time, it's like I like it.
Yeah, but I also plan on using your teddy
God damn
bear.
it! Why the hell does it keep doing that? Sorry.
I also plan on using your teddy bear for something. I figure out what the heck I'm doing.
All right. If you need me to redo it, though, let me know.
You don't have to. I mean, if you really don't like it.
Well, it depends on what you use it for.
Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. Sorry.
I haven't
What?
figured that out
Oh,
yet.
something on Facebook someone posted. There's a picture of a woman and she was asked, "What brought you to Florida?" And she responded, "I threw a dart at a map and it landed in a trash can." Oh, it's
Okay. I know Florida has a reputation for not having very smart people, but that doesn't mean it's a trash heap.
No, I mean it's funny. There's always something good about most places. It depends on what you're looking for. Like if I moved to Nebraska, I'd fucking hate it. If I moved to let me see, if I moved to North and South Dakota, I'd probably hate it.
Oh, this picture. Sorry, not yours. Facebook again. There's a cat with a cat food birthday cake and has a birthday hat, and it says,
Oh my god, somebody actually posted pictures on my Facebook of a leopard gecko having a little birthday cake.
"Oh, that's
It was like
cute."
made out of bugs and worms and waxworms and mealworms.
Adorable. Did it have words on it too?
It said happy birthday on it, and she even made a itty little birthday party hat.
That's so cute. This one.
And it nommed the entire damn cake.
Aww.
I was like, oh, so fucking cute.
This is less cute and more funny. It says, I said at my party, so why is your boyfriend here?
What?
The picture with the cat, it says, I said no clowns at my party, so why is your boyfriend here?
No what at the party?
No clowns.
Clowns! I couldn't hear what that one word was.
Oh. Yeah, it says, I said no clowns at my party, so why is your boyfriend here? And the cat looks hella grumpy with his birthday hat on. Oh, it's just hilarious.
I know that people are going to be like, God damn, this is like the most boring thing ever. This is normally why I speed up my videos.
You actually work at a very good pace.
It's
just
I agree.
It was that one damn ornament in this guy's skull. I probably will not do the whole damn thing tonight. It might be nice to do like some Cards Against Humanity or something.
I don't have much changed on it, and I don't know how popular it's going to be with everyone.
What?
But I could do a run through with the simulator just to see how well it goes.
Yes, I don't know much of anything about Hunger Games.
You don't have to.
So I know like the very, very most basic stuff about Hunger Games.
It's not really, you don't have to really. All you just need to know is there's a bunch of people and the last person standing wins. Because the simulator is basically just a bunch of
whoa, shit, it's huge.
Basically all it is like characters with pictures and then like names and pictures and then writing like so and so did this. But like you can make it goofy.
Oh.
Like I did have at least, I think I did throw at least one of our things in here. I have to go in there and let me see if I can. Do I even have the page open? I think I still do. Let's see.
I'm actually kind of thinking about not putting teeth on him. Not that he doesn't have teeth, but I kind of like how it looks. Kind of looks like he has like lips. That's something unique. It's just something different. Like it's charming in a way, you know?
That's interesting.
So I was like, oh, okay, I gotta do teeth. And it's like, oh, I kind of like that. To be fair, to make this clear, the Revenants are more flexible than human skeletons, even if they're resurrected. So, like, they can have different expressions, so they can change the shape of their brows, like if they're sad or angry or, you know, like that. They can kind of have a bit of a smile, a frown, a scowl. You know, they can do a little bit of movement.
I don't think Azazel
Yeah, it's
would
not
make
the
a
full
good Revenant.
range, but enough where you can tell. It's like, okay, this person is pissed.
What'd you say, Havo?
Sorry.
I don't think Azazel would make a good Revenant.
Why?
Well, for one, he doesn't have any bones.
Okay. Fair point.
No, that actually looks kind of nice. That's a nice looking skull.
And also, he's basically part demon, part angel, so I don't know how that would work.
Wait, how does he have no bones if he's part demon, part angel?
He's Took
Ethereal.
after Majin Buu.
Oh, him.
Go.
That's true.
Although,
Well, I don't know. Do you have any other characters that would be able to be modified slightly? I mean, you can always stick somebody in. Everybody else has got peoples.
You know what? After all this bitching and whining, I think I'm just gonna close up the mouth altogether.
Huh?
she's talking about the art.
I know, but why?
Well, if he has lips, there's no point to have this hole here.
Oh, that's true.
Now it looks better.
The only character I do have would be my orc character, who's named Ace.
This is actually kind of how I wanted the old man to look in the short story of the old man.
Well, there you go. You can use that as a reference for the mouth, anyway.
Yeah, I don't have a cover for that one yet.
No, I was just saying you could use that as a reference for your mouth.
Yeah.
Like, this is how I want to do the mouth. Well, it's up to you. I mean, we're not going to be like, okay, you have to have, they have, you have to. I was like, it's up to you. It's like, the only reason that Arachne and Ceres have them is because it just kind of worked out that way.
Yeah, it's not like a requirement. In fact, I wouldn't want people to just invite themselves to do that.
No.
That would actually make me pretty pissed off. Someone's like, okay, I want this character. It's like, I didn't invite you.
Yeah, this is kind of a private club. You have to be invited.
Yeah, I know. I was basically just making a joke.
No, I'm serious as far as
Like
you
I
go.
said, I mean, if you
Want
had
something,
a
we could.
character that, fit and we liked it, we might.
Yeah. It's like the
No
door's
problem.
open for you because you are part of our inner circle. But random ass person who's watching the stream, you're like, hey, I want a character. It's like, I don't know you.
Shun the non-believer.
Yeah, because these characters need a lot of work. They can't just be thrown in willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ferris wasn't like the other ones. Ferris wasn't even planned. It's just I was talking about him since they didn't know much about him, and
We were joking.
Shannon both at the same time were thinking he could make a good Revenant. And
That's,
they
I think that was
You were
something
like,
we were
yeah,
doing
he's
for a while.
going.
We were taking a bunch of characters and just kind of making Revenant versions out of them.
I don't even think we were really doing that. I know with Arachne, you wanted a Revenant that was a Drider, and he was like, well, I already have one.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of work with that. And then with Ferris, Ceres was basically just talking about him, and he was like, well, he does have a skeleton form. And it just kind of got my wheels turning, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
And
both of us
Bucky
came up
have
with
to have him.
ideas.
and
And
Aki,
then-
both of you went at the same time.
Oh. I know that like we both had ideas as he was talking about. I'm like, I have an idea, and you're like, I have an idea, and we're just like, let's do it.
yeah. So it just kind of happened.
Yes,
And
Ferris
as
inspired.
far as Brio,
Theo
that was something we were looking at. I was looking at some of his artwork of Brio. I'm just like, I kind of want to create a character like this. It won't be Brio specifically, but I wanted to kind of use that look.
You can base a character loosely off of him appearance-wise, but I don't think he himself, even a version of him, would really fit.
No, I basically wanted to use the image and create a character similar. That's why I asked you. I didn't want to just do it.
Yeah, and I was basically like, I have no idea how any version of him could ever fit there, but you could try. I just don't know how it would work.
Right. And I have an idea. I just didn't want to bring it up just yet because I'm not worried about it just yet.
That makes sense. Also, if he was a Revenant, he would definitely be one that would, or like mutated human or whatever, your idea is Brio is someone that in the stories he is created in he's born in a futuristic world, so if any part of the timeline he pops into, it would have to be the modern time, not the past time.
Right. And I want him to kind of be, I know he's going to show up in a sort of not quite modern times, but close to.
Well, so long as it's a time frame that has intelligent, crazy, horrible people that are willing to experiment on humans, then yeah, okay.
No,
Okay,
that'd
I
be
just
pretty much any time zone that had science in it.
okay, I just linked my main character, me, pretty much, in the Hangouts chat.
Well, yeah, Brio's backstory is basically
I don't currently.
I don't see it either.
I don't either. Unless it's on. Let me check the. Yeah, it's not. I don't. Yeah, the last thing I saw posted on the Hangouts chat thing was something that Seriously posted.
Huh.
So I
That's
don't
weird.
see that. Yeah, that is weird.
It may be delayed.
It's like if you have to, you can always post it in. I don't know, is he? I think you're in the group thing on the Skype too.
Oh.
how about post it on Skype? Come on.
That well, if the Hangouts doesn't want to show it,
I was about to.
that's an option. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just saying, hey, if Hangouts isn't working, you do have an option.
Havo, you do have emotion. I heard it. Sorry.
I think I like him not having bones in his neck, but he kind of looks to me more like kind of like one of those art dolls. You know what I'm talking about, Sirius? Like he has a little thing here where you can twist his head, but here's his neck.
Yeah,
So
actually I know what you're
At the
talking about
bottom
too.
of the skull in which the spine connects with the head.
what?
There is a hole at the bottom of the skull in which the spine connects.
Yeah, I know that.
I know. That's what I was saying. I know what you're saying. I was just clarifying that I do.
Oh, okay. Hello, Merlin.
I was clarifying that I understand what you are saying.
Okay.
Believe it.
Well, it wouldn't matter too much anyway because most of the neck is going to be hidden by the
Yeah,
coat
but
anyway.
that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know. I think I'll just give him just a regular damn more fleshy neck.
Yeah, the dummy kind of neck
Yeah.
thing.
Are you making him a Revenant or Revenant person hybrid?
Oh no, he's oh shit. No, he's a Reaper.
Oh, okay. So he gets to
That's
have
why
this.
he gets to have a weird look to him.
Okay.
Besides, there wouldn't be any hybrids anyway because if a person in a Revenant
Well, there aren't any hybrids. Don't need to. Yeah.
Oopsies. Oopsies. My baby. Man, you know, leopard geckos take a while to grow. He's so little. He's so little. Oop.
But yes, for any viewers who are wondering just why it would be hard to figure out how to put Rio in Revenant series form and his world, they basically take a tree they call the death tree because it's poisonous, but it's not really a death tree for reasons that will be explained in that story.
All right, I posted it in Hangout. No, not Hangouts, Skype.
Is basically they try to find. Oh, nice. I like his clothes.
Interesting.
Part of the way I judge a character is by its clothes. And if they look stupid, I view them as stupid. And I know that's stupid, but that's just how I do it.
That's so
Especially
good.
considering one person that we could bring up.
Bring them up.
Your one son in his weird freaking clothes?
Hey, was that the one that he was drawing and I say he looked kind of hot?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it was a different one. He showed me a picture of it. What in the world outfit was that?
Which son?
I don't remember his name.
Oh yeah, that's vague. You know the person with hundreds of children. Oh yeah,
I'm
just
trying to think.
one of yours.
I can't remember his name. I don't know your people very well. You know that.
They're not my people. They're not characters. They're my children.
I know, but I still don't know them.
She doesn't know his name. She just knows he had weird clothes.
I know what I would know him if I saw him because I remember the picture you showed of him.
Is it
You need to show your tits there, Sarius.
what?
You need to show your tits there, Sarius.
She said one of my kids dressed strange.
You even said so.
Which one, Lou? He dresses weird sometimes.
I dress weird all the time.
Oh my goodness.
I know it was in green. I'm trying to...
Oh, green?
His outfit was, I think, because you said something about him looking like a stripper or something.
Stitch. He does dress weird, and I wish he would dress better, but part of me thinks he dresses like a stripper to piss me off. I know he
There you go. Yeah, it's like I was picturing him in my head as like, I know who I'm talking about. I can't.
All you have to say was the one that dresses like a stripper.
Oh, hi, baby.
I'm not dressed like a stripper.
Hello.
I know I shouldn't say.
Yeah, that loose, floozy one. No, I'm kidding.
I know I shouldn't say that about any of my kids, but he really dresses like a stripper. And I wish he'd dress better. Or cover more up.
Actually, we really wouldn't have to change too much. He could probably be if we made him a Reaper, all we'd have to do is make his body a skeleton form, and then make the eyes circular so they're eye sockets.
Oh, black skeleton with glowy white eyes sounds kind of
Well, no, either that or just because his tongue is green, so his eyes would be the same color as his tongue.
Oh, that's true.
Hmm.
Green and
Just
black
make
work well
circular-
together. But that's because anything works best with white or black because they're so neutral.
I know black and white work with pretty much everything, including each other. They just don't work with themselves unless it's an actual outfit.
Oh, they work well with themselves as long as you know how to do them right. Why does it sound like I'm talking about colors jacking off now?
Because you have a weird mind. Yeah, I swear, all you'd have to do is make the arms not muscles, but bones, and change the eyes so they're eye sockets, and make them the same color as the tongue, and you would have an actual...
Weird. That makes me uncomfortable.
What?
Look at him.
He looks depressed.
Well, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the picture of Halvos thing.
Oh no. Oh, I'm still working on my painting here.
It's like we're talking about like the very minimal changes we'd have to make to Halvos' picture, and you're like, that is so weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like, wait, what?
William makes me feel uncomfortable. It's so weird. I don't know why. It just is.
Because you
I
kind
was
of feel
about to
bad
say,
for
he
him.
has that effect on people.
Your character does not make me feel uncomfortable, Havo. Then again, I also have a character that has just as dark skin, but he also doesn't look like he's going to eat anyone.
Oh, my cute little sleepy baby.
Just I've never colored him in because I have no idea how the fuck I would color in a nature spirit who has pure black hair and pure black skin.
There you are. Honey, what are you doing, Merlin?
Make your skin a matte black, but the hair a shiny black.
What are you doing?
Hair
You're stuck now,
designed
aren't you?
very fruit-like, and I'd want the skin to be shaded like soil because he is, once again, nature spirit, specifically an earth spirit. A
This
spirit-
Oh, in that case,
Huh?
you could do a speckly effect, like
Hmm.
some bits of a lighter black, but the base would be very dark.
Hmm.
I was saying Merlin's stuck.
Where'd he get stuck?
He crawled under the handle of the DVD box that I use as a table for the laptop, and he's like, "I'm stuck," and he's like finding it funny. All right, come on, I'll set you free. I'll set you free. You're free. You're free. Yeah, snuggle time. Oh, snuggle, 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 snuggle. Here, trying to snuggle something so damn small. Okay, Mirage, I'm sorry, but I need this. Don't eat that. Don't eat that. Thank you. Ugh. Oh, I guess nobody's coming. That's kind of a piss me off kind of thing.
Hey, it's their loss.
Yeah.
Them.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, I was here to experiments. Look.
Okay, let me see. I need to find the right color. This is going to be interesting. Here we go. That's the color, I think. I need a darker color for the outline. Okay. Oh. I have a feeling I'm going to have to yell at somebody. Oh, stop it. Okay. What are you doing?
Oh, okay, good. That's one. Just listening. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we're gonna do. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when it comes for you? Oh, there you are. Where are you? Where's your head at? Oh, there's your head. Okay. You know what I think?
What?
I think I'm ready for a smoothie. So what I'm gonna do, if y'all want to chit chat some more, I'm gonna leave the stream running. Shouldn't take long.
Sure.
Me and Chris are gonna run down to McDonald's and be right back, which is right around the corner. It's gonna ever freaking save.
Cool.
Have a zip drip.
Like this. Okay. No flying off my shoulder. Where you at? There you are.
Merlin, don't commit suicide or act like a spoiled little brat.
It's time for Gecko temper tantrum. No, I don't want to go back to bed. I don't want to go back to bed. No.
Oh goodness.
Little shit.
What did he do?
It didn't really hurt. It just like surprised me. Would you stop throwing a temper tantrum, please? Could you please?
Asking won't make him do it.
You think you're funny. Yeah, I see you think you're funny. He thinks he's funny.
Well, he is sort of funny.
Let's see. What other in jokes can I add? I know I've got the streaming one.
Off of that. We know better. Do you know he only really bites me when I go to put him away and he throws his temper tantrum?
A little shit.
And he doesn't even normally bite me. You know, like he acts like he's gonna bite me, but he never does. Or he'll give me a nip. That was actually a pretty big one right there. I mean, and even though I yelled out, it didn't really hurt. I was just shocked that he actually did it. That was a pretty big one. It only hurt. The only time he's ever bitten me and it actually hurt was when he got me by the little skin between my thumb and forefinger.
Ooh.
That was the only time it actually hurt. Any other time, it was just like, did you? I think he bit me once, and I looked at him and I said, "Did you just bite me?" And he just looks at me like,
Well, I think I'm about to head out, take a shower.
"All right."
Okay.
Oh,
See ya.
I know, Mirage. She thinks he's funny. He thinks he's funny when he throws his little temper tantrums. I know. He just thinks he owns the bed, don't he? He just thinks he owns that bed. No, I'm just like the kitties. I want to sheep into beds all days and all nights. But no, seriously, after he bit me, he started giving me that little smile of his, and then he started kissing the boo-boos all better. Okay.
Huh.
I have a scaly kitten. Yeah, I just can't believe how much of a temper tantrum he lets out. Like, meow!
Never actually come back.
Uh-huh. Hi, Ritzy. Hello. Hello. No, nothing in here. Just move over here. Then maybe walk, quit tripping on it. I know, Mama has to vacuum this rug bad. That's a crap on. Oh, that was weird. That felt weird. Don't do that. This is street off. Judy? Oh, that's a great Judy. Do you want any fries or anything? That'd be cheap. Yeah, I'm gonna go with fries. Yeah? You think you would go?
What will we talk about?
I am actually trying to add in some of our in jokes to this simulator to make it a little bit more interesting. I currently have 3. Huh? Would you say serious?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you was. Let's see here. Let's see. Jersey's in here. I got the streaming based one. Let's see here. I got the one based around you.
Like there's a joke based on me.
Yeah, there's an in-joke involving you, remember? You and Arachne and yeah.
Oh, hard on.
Yeah, which wasn't exactly what it sounds like. Assuming anyone actually watches this later, it legitimately is an in-joke because he was actually
working on a 3D model and it looked really stiff, so I called it his big stiffy.
yes, and yeah, he was actually referring to a model, not an actual dong. But the way he phrased it, and it's just like it's kind of an in thing now. It's just like, yep, this has now become one of the in jokes. But no, he was actually referring to an actual 3D model that was, yeah. You know, this is what happens when you phrase things weird. They become in jokes. So that's a thing. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. Trying to think of what else I can add. All right, I think they put the. I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. See, from an unknown sponsor. Here we go. I'm throwing a few of these. From Hatches.
have gone. I screwed that one up. I'll fix it. One minute. I will be right back.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
My aunt looked at her and said, "This burn ass fucking man, he's gonna be dirty forever." I'm home! Are we still live?
Yes,
Okay.
I think. Yes.
Woo. You got your stuff, right? Chris? Oh, okay. You should.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay,
All right, we got.
this is why I'll show you exactly why I was wanting to mess with the simulator. I,
He ain't got no value.
let me catch my breath.
No, his last name's Sheldon.
First, let me point out that I am not
A lot of times.
not a huge fan of the Hunger Games as is. The reason I like messing with the simulator is because you can have damn near anything happen. I could set up an event where somebody turns into a pony and then gets eaten by a dragon. Because that's a thing that happens. Now, who turns into a pony and gets eaten by a dragon is completely random.
Oh, can you add an event?
It reminds me of my father-in-law.
Oh, could you add an event where when they're asleep, they have like a nightmare of a revenant and it eats them?
Yeah. No, I can't choose who has it. I could have it intending.
I know. I just saying the event itself. Could you add it as one of the possibilities? That's what I was asking.
Yeah. Well,
that'd be awesome.
I have a cookie in my hand.
That was a weird place for that conversation to go.
Let me rephrase that. I would do that, but I have food in my hand.
Oh, okay.
I will do it in a moment. Yes. I do actually have some events that are callbacks to in-jokes. I have one where someone can die by passing out on stream and having someone else kill them. I have one where they just pass out and don't die.
Me, Rhett, and Adam are dead.
The thing
So is this like a free game?
Yeah, it's an online little thingy. When I empty my hand, I will link you the thing. And yeah, if you set up the event properly, yeah, you can have damn near anything. Like I had one event, I didn't put it in, but I had it in my head where it's like somebody turned into a butterfly, tried to fly away, and got electrocuted at the top.
Well,
heck, we could reenact the scene from Jurassic Park. Somebody finds the toilet, tries to go to the bathroom, and gets eaten by a dinosaur.
Well, since nobody's at the stream, I'm kind of eating myself. Why don't I end this stream and you can start one?
I guess, but I mean, whatever. You don't have to, but
I mean,
we can.
I'm kind of getting tired of painting, so
that's fun. I have to put my dogs away. That's really why I like the simulator, because I can make people turn purple and die from exposure to pumpkin seeds.
Cool. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close this.
That's fine. We'll just chit chat until I get things set up.
Right.
I will put my dogs to bed, and then that will.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call this stream quits for tonight. I'm still gonna work on painting off and on. So yeah, excuse me. So we're gonna be going to Shannon's stream, or Shannon's YouTube, and she'll be streaming her little Hunger Games thing. This ought to be interesting. And we'll kind of see what happens, because I know she's really wanting to play that. And maybe eventually I'll learn how to play. So until next time, have a happy holidays and have a good night.